right. Punch faster, punch harder, punch better.
All right, get your N-bombs out now.
I just started streaming, so why would you even joke about that, you piece of shit, asshole, moron, idiot?
I was talking about...
No, just stop talking. That's the way. That's how you fix it.
He means the word retard.
Yes, there you go.
You know the joke.
Oh my goodness.
I'm talking about nighttime.
I'm gonna get back to the never-ending manor.
That's right. This is where you guys belong, clearly.
Well, it has to end if we're gonna get a level up.
This is our punishment. Oh,
That's what
Bro's gonna tell us when we die to this thing. It's gonna like one-shot the whole party. It's gonna tell us we all wake up in a hospital, and it turns out we're all inmates.
Yeah, roll a new character for your inmate to be. That would kind of be cool.
Holy shit! I'd actually be able to. I have a great character in mind. Not that I want Blink to die, but if it happens,
no. What would happen is you would be. Basically, what would happen is you would.
We're in comas and we have to roll the character for the character.
No. So you roll your real life character, right? Like your real reality character, but then there's some spirit world character that is inside this Ascension.
That sounds like a coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but you'd be waking up when your character dies, and then when you go to sleep, your character wakes up again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a coma.
Yeah, I was thinking more like this is all just a fever dream, right? And my thing was that I would make my prison guy. It would just be Garrick after getting caught, and his sword is feeding him false dreams.
My real life character is just going to be a schizophrenic fighter.
I haven't actually
not schizophrenic. What's the other one?
So do I have to make my real life character a furry? Is that?
No, your real life character is obviously like a teenage girl. Is that's like the inverse of what Jack Black is a woman in Jumanji or something. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Or was it The Rock? Somebody plays somebody's a girl but is not a girl in Jumanji 2 or something.
Jack Black, yeah.
Subversive.
Yeah, very subversive.
Dude, Chrome sucks. How am I still 99%? I'm getting Chrome.
Hey, I'm at 98%.
What are you on?
Firefox.
Man, I loaded instantly.
What could I say? I'm just kind of epic.
I'm just built different, I'm just built different.
I should have downloaded Chrome on my solid state drive.
True.
Oh man, that milk was good.
Was it?
Goddamn milk drinker.
That's right. That's me, baby.
Sign of white supremacy.
Yes,
I forgot about that one.
That's right. That's right. I'm just flexing my privilege on all of you right now.
All right, I'm done loading.
I have 1% left.
I also will just eat a whole block of cheese for no reason. So
and this man's wondering why he's having trouble.
No, I don't have problems going. Okay, all good.
So while we're loading, do I get the feeling that I have an objective in this thing other than put it down?
Your objective does not seem to be put it down.
Oh shit! It's the objective.
It was good knowing you, Narath.
To restrain it.
It's never been more.
It's not that you have. It's not that you have a specific objective. It's just that, like, it's only been moments, right, since it's emerged. So you've got to let your boss man take a look, kind of thing,
Will this be a hard kill?
What do you think? Mean? It's a giant tentacle monster.
It's a boss, dude.
It's the size of all of our.
I clearly have to ask whether or not this assassination will be hard and whether it's worth Blink's time.
Guys, it's a scary Eldritch Abomination. Is it? Can I just kind of, poke it once and leave?
Like, is it worth my time, bro? Like, I had to kill that chick 3 times. Do I have to kill this guy 3 times? If not, I don't know if it's
you can't exactly escape. So good luck.
No, yeah.
The wall is closed until that unconscious elf passes through it as a door jam.
I'll tell Astorium to jam the fuck out of that guy.
Also, like, aren't you gonna prove that you have what it takes to kill something? Or you just a big
I already
baby,
killed
big
something, dude.
coward. You don't run away from an actual test of your skill. You big
I
old
already killed something, bro.
big old wuss.
Got him.
It's not our target.
It doesn't mean you can't have fun killing it.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought your character was all about proving
That's
himself.
why I
and
was
having a good
asking.
time.
That
Well,
makes
you-
us
Why
a
is
serial
fucking
killer
Blink
and not a
so good
hitman.
at chess?
We have standards.
We have standards. Well, guess what? There's few higher standards than being able to kill an eldritch abomination. It's pretty. That's pretty.
That's your problem.
I
You can put
guess
that on the
the
resume.
real question is: are all those eyes like separate people? Like, how many people am I killing?
Yeah,
'Cause
that
then it might be worth
is
it.
a good point to raise. I mean, all the eyes look like they come from different sources. So
So I assume it's made up of bodies.
Are there any Draconin eyes?
they look a little bit too bulbous to be draconian, but there are like 100 of them, so you can't tell yet.
But yeah, it would take more than
There's
2
orc
seconds.
eyes.
To
I want to
figure that
So
out.
if there's like 100 eyes, does that mean that like if I kill it, I get 50 kills?
Yeah.
All right, I'm staying.
You gotta tell him
You
whatever he
get
needs to
50
hear.
assists.
You gotta tell him whatever he needs to hear.
because you didn't put them in there.
What?
It still only counts as one.
You just punch eyes, bud.
He just yeah.
That's a really big one. Okay.
Give directive. Punch. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like the idea that you could like you'd hack into them and like look at all the past directives, and literally
Yeah.
the only past directives
It's
is you
just
just like
punch.
be scrolling through. It's just punch, punch, punch. punch, punch.
Yeah.
It's his prime directive.
Yeah, punching is the prime directive. I believe that.
His Amazon Prime directive.
That's right.
Oh no.
He said it.
He
He
did say
Bezos.
it. He Bezos, bro.
Bezos.
Are we all
Jeff.
loaded?
I think so.
I'm loaded. Yeah.
Anybody
This
still
stream
have the
brought
bar?
to you by the pickup partner.
I wish that
Yo.
were true because then I'd have some big money.
I'm
This
about to
game is
open my
not
bar. If you know what I'm
Brought to you
saying.
by the pickup partner.
Yeah.
We'll just let Biddy B know, and the next stream will be brought to you by the pickup.
I wish we could get Ben in here as a guest character.
Yeah. I don't know how the hell I would run. I have to think about more like almost arcade style shit, where it's like you guys can just it is a one shot, but it's like roll like come up with characters on your own time. They must meet this requirement. Like you got like it's level 3 characters or whatever, and then it's like run through a dungeon that's meant to take one session, and it's just however many people show up. That could be pretty fun. It's like Fraud Night, but D&D.
Yeah.
The problem currently is that we have way too many good ideas for D&D and not enough time.
Yep, that's why we need to get that money.
Can I hit you with a quick question before we start?
Sure.
Will you give me an example or two of when you would ask for an investigation check?
So I've heard a couple of different things for why, like when you should be looking for investigation specifically. Some people have said that you use them to put the pieces together after perceiving things, whereas in the Paladin partner, for example, I had been looking at it more like, hey, here's this is a case where you're not actively like just using your eyes to or your senses. You're like getting your hands dirty trying to perceive something and like working through it. That's how I had thought of it before. But yeah, these times it's more like I think I'm leaning more towards the idea that like perception is for seeing something, perceiving something, and then investigation is for mentally sort of slotting things together. I am open to counter arguments for that, but that's sort of where I'm at right now.
The way I've always seen it done is perception is like sweeping your eyes across a room or trying to like sniff out a smell and then like investigation is like you're getting up, you're touching the walls, you're checking the baseboards, you're like rifling through the pockets of the body.
That's
like,
how that's how I have been doing
more
it.
active.
Right. Perception is like you can do that without actively doing anything. The only thing that doesn't really compute then though is like, well, I guess you could still make an argument for it, but investigation is an intelligence-based skill. which I guess you can say is like that tells you like you know where to look, and that's why it benefits from intelligence or something. And it's like implying that you're more careful. Whereas like maybe you would argue that it would be more wisdom if it was actually that. If it was more like the active perception.
Oh, which
you know what I mean?
stats are associated with which skills does not make sense in D&D.
Yeah. Like you can make arguments for it, but whatever. Yeah, so I mean, that's how I had been doing it in the Paladin partner, as far as like the way when I asked you guys for investigation checks. Like there was that point where you opened up the floorboards and stuff in the bandit hideout, and I had asked you for an investigation check for that. So like that's how I have been using it. But somebody had, like, I've recently been told that apparently the way that most people are rules as written doing it or whatever is not that way, which is interesting. And I may decide to not bother thinking about it. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm cool with however you want to do it. I only ask because if there's ever a situation where I want to try to hint that I'm trying to use that skill, I just wanted to make sure I knew your context for it.
Yeah, sure. So we can work with it like, you know, you're searching a drawer, or like when you rifled through Javai's pockets and pulled out ash because of the agent parchment, like stuff like that. I mean, I had asked Blink for a sleight of hand check on that because he was specifically like trying to avoid disintegrating such parchment. But other than that's a very specific case, whereas normally it would be, I think it's fine if we use investigation for that. All right,
cool.
So with that, are you ready to give us the recap, sir? Do you have a recap in mind? Are you? I can bring everybody in while we get that recap going.
Are you capping right now?
I am a capping for real, bussin' on all those other millennial terms.
They're not. Don't insult our generation. We're not millennials.
Pretty sure the Zoomer terms.
Yeah.
But on a more serious note, so we started out investigating that study room, where we miraculously found Javoin in his trance-like state inside a box. And he has not woken up yet, even though we've done all kinds of silly things to him, like move him around and use his hand to hold up notes and touch mirrors.
That's right.
Beat him up.
And in the process of investigating the room and figuring out what exactly this man is doing in there, we realized that we could touch a note to a mirror. And upon doing so, Silas saw the image of Javai as a, if I recall correctly, a more demon-like state in a parallel world inside the mirror, which seemed to resemble the mansion.
That's right.
Following that spooky experience, Silas let everyone know what happened, and we decided it was best to bind up Javoin so that he could not pull off any magical antics or brainwash the guards if we were to hand him over. And we talked about it for a while, did a little more exploring in the room, eventually brought him back out. And as we continued to explore, we came across another room with a massive crate. And much to our surprise, within it was a giant tentacle monster.
Indeed, yes. So there's in between the explanation to the party and the arrival at the hidden room through the wall using the unconscious elf as a door jamb, which was mostly Narath's handiwork. You guys had brought Javoin back to the elves, and then had that very strange and difficult to come to terms with encounter with whatever magic puppeteer is pulling the strings here, where there was a confrontation with the female elf who had seemingly like let her mask slip a bit regarding her feelings for the higher ups, and when confronted by this, by Blink and Narath, had vanished before all of your eyes using magic that was clearly not her intention, but somebody else. And when she reappeared, it was after seemingly having fallen from a great height, only to splatter onto the floor of the second floor of the mansion. So some strange and eldritch magics being used to horrific ends. At the same time, the male guard had been like overheating for some reason, and then eventually transformed into some kind of strange incendiary version, like a fire-based version of the horrors that you have faced so far, indicating that there are indeed more kinds of these eldritch abominations yet to be discovered and faced, which perhaps was a strange prelude. That's when, of course, Javoine began to start to wake in the presence of such a beast, only to be knocked unconscious by the party after they defeated the fire horror. So that's sort of the in-between connective tissue between the start of the session and then you guys winding up here. So I think that's pretty much everything that needs to be recapped. I don't know if anybody else has any other things they want to throw out there as something that occurred that didn't. I guess we could mention that humorously, both Ashtorium and Darux smashed the mirror as soon as Javai's twisted visage was displayed on it.
Yes.
And Blink liked that.
That's right.
Blink approves.
Just like when Silas said
That sounds like a shitty advertisement slogan. Blink approves.
That's right. So yeah. Anybody have anything else they want to add, or any clarifying questions they would like to ask before we kick things off in session 5?
I believe everyone found out that I have a spirit in my head.
That is right.
Yeah, yes.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
correct.
We all
And everyone was
Wrath,
confused.
Yes, because you didn't
Wrath
actually
said
tell
we
us
were
that until the
I
party.
know.
Wrath was mad. Blink didn't care. The typical.
I'm aware why everyone was confused. I just thought it was funny.
It was pretty humorous.
Norath is the one who opened the crate.
That's right.
Like a man possessed. Very out of character. He's shown himself to be.
Yes, he didn't seem to be responding to anybody else's movements or thoughts. Although Ro did also, I believe, assist in the opening of the crate, while everybody else just kind of grimly
Blink.
sat back. Was it? No, Blink was
Blink.
Blink had his bow out and was standing back. I'm pretty sure.
He did a crowbar thing with
And
me.
then I had
trying
my
to open
bow.
Yeah.
I did a crowbar, and then he
up
decided
and
he wanted to
feeling
cut the
cold.
strands, and I was like, "Fuck that!" No, I saw you go to cut the skin or whatever, the leather.
Yeah, Blink and his crowbar are becoming a very funny tag team duo there.
Well, it's very funny because I don't know why it's pickaxe.
I haven't found a medieval crowbar icon to replace that with.
Dude, that crowbar doesn't look anything like a crow.
It's true.
That's
Remember,
right.
everyone, we have a shit ton of potions.
We were I had the
got 'em.
Discord open while I was getting ready to join, and Erica was eating a snack, and it's something she had never had before, so she was trying it. And as soon as she took a bite, she had a really like weird look on her face. I thought it was bad, and then she just goes, "There's a crow staring at me." And she was talking about the crow emoji in the Discord.
Yeah, the big cost sticker. Yeah. That's true.
I was like, "What the fuck?"
Who put a crow in your snack?
That's right.
All right.
This
There's a
snack doesn't
crow in
taste
my
like a crow.
snack.
That's the tastiest kind.
Yum.
Okay. Well, the creature has begun its sort of examination of all of you, having emerged slowly and dauntingly to nearly. At this point, its back is like pressed up against the ceiling. Like the creature is oversized for even this room when it stands up at its full length, and it gives you all quite a bit of a look over, with many of the eyes sort of flickering in vision between, say, examining one of you to the next and back again. It's as if none of the eyes are really quite able to focus on any one of you. They're all just sort of sizing you up. That being said, to whatever degree it can be said, this creature doesn't quite seem to be moving threateningly. I mean, its very presence in the room seems awfully threatening considering its size and its misbegotten shape and construction, but it's only the eyes that are moving, and it continues to look through the lot of you before many of its eyes begin focusing directly onto the fallen and unconscious elf next to Darix.
I'd like to prepare an action to shoot it in its eyeball, one of its eyeballs, as soon as it moves.
Okay. Would anybody else like to prepare an action or declare intent?
Yeah. If it moves, we're gonna hit it. There's gonna hit it.
So if it gets within
Astorium-
range with you, or are you specifically going to move towards it?
I'm gonna move towards it.
Okay, got it.
Quick question: how high is the ceiling in this room?
Looks to be about 20 feet.
Okay, and is the room well lit?
Yeah, fairly. I mean, there's the lantern sconces that are in the entrance, and there's a glow coming from the creature itself. Plus, there was a torch active. I think Narath might have it.
Can I roll perception?
I have a lot of torches. I wouldn't be surprised if I've been carrying one and didn't realize.
Yeah, I think Narath had one this whole time. Ever since dropping the elf at the doorstep as a jam. Yeah, Ro, if you want to roll perception, you can. And Ashtorium, were you planning on doing anything?
Astorium will run up and punch if Blink attacks.
Ah, okay, contingency. All right, Silas, think about what you're going to be doing, and Ro, tell me what you are specifically looking for with that roll.
I want to. Ro is very curious about the nature of this thing, since it seems different from the other things we fought so far. Like, he doesn't know what it is, so he's trying to figure out what, this giant thing.
Mhm.
What is it made of, and is it the same as the other things we've already fought, or is it different?
So the creature is clearly sort of pieced together from a bunch of disparate elements, organs or limbs or something of the sort, and of course eyeballs from various sources. But unlike the last few horrors that you have faced and at least taken the time to look at, this one stands out to you, Ro, as being made of not only humanoid parts, but clearly bestowing more animalistic eyes, larger eyes, and of course, smaller ones that very well could be placed from a humanoid body. Its twisted form is grotesquely large, and perhaps to a point where it would certainly be reviled if any were to look at it unexpectedly, as you all did earlier. You will also note that, unlike the other horrors, this one does not seem to be sunken into the material, like the rug or the marble of the manor. It is still within its crate, but there's no, pool of blood or other such liquid that has seemed to have been almost slowly consuming the other horrors as they sank helplessly into the floor, especially once they were slaughtered. So it stands to reason that perhaps this creature seems more put together, well assembled, something of that sort, where it's not in a position of incompleteness. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it.
Okay.
Narath will be looking at the creature in as much detail as he can, awaiting directions from his master.
Okay.
I hope he doesn't give you any.
He lost interest.
Silas, what are you
Yeah,
thinking?
that'd be great. That means Narath can kill it.
Okay, so Silas is going to use his free hand to snap his fingers, but as he does, the snap seems to echo with a magical aura. And after a few moments, materializing out of thin air on his shoulder, you see a hawk appear.
You don't love the hawk?
Oh shit, it's a hawk. You should
And
be
this
able to
is
summon
my-
it, I think.
Claw?
Hold on, I am trying to do this.
Yeah, I think it's your first time using this spell, so that's pretty cool.
No, very cool.
See how it works in Foundry.
Okay, there we go. So I checked place summon and I selected Hawk. I'm not sure if that did anything.
Let's see. You're summoning it as a celestial?
Yeah, that's right.
Huh. It seems to have created it in the actors entry. So if you go to the people icon in the top right, you should be able to see it, I hope. I'm not sure.
I see actors.
Yep.
Then I see myself.
Okay, so let me see if I can give you ownership of this somehow. Maybe that's a right click. Configure ownership. All right, so you should see it now in that list. Maybe.
Hey, there it is.
So if you just click and drag it onto the field where you want to summon it. Oh, it looks like it already was summoned. Or maybe you already did that. There, I just moved it close to you. It's kind of tiny.
Oh, I see it.
Baby
Yeah, 'cause
Hawk.
it's gonna be
Then-
small sized, right?
Am I able to edit its attributes?
If you left click on it and then hit the C key like you would open your own character sheet, it should show you the set. And because you're the owner of the sheet, you should be able to modify it as well.
Holy 3.
Yeah. Nice.
That's not even a hawk. That's a crow.
It's a 3
That's a
crow.
3 crow. Oh my
Mhm.
god.
Just double checking this
I will
text here.
So I've set its
I will
HP as
say
a
that-
result, but let me know if you need to edit anything else. What are you saying, Narath?
If not directed by his master to do anything or not do anything, then Narath's default will be to cast Chill Touch if this thing acts hostilely.
Sure.
Are you going to do grab an eye?
Yeah, with his chill touch, he's going to claw out of some of the eyes, try to poke him.
Gonna freeze it and shatter it
Uh,
into a bunch of pieces.
Like it only lets me edit the current hit points and not the max.
Did you tick the edit modal in the top left?
Oh, that would help.
Yeah. And then you hit the
True.
gear to the right of the HP field to configure hit points. Not the gear to the left, because that's the configure armor class.
Okay, perfect. That should do it for now.
All right. Your hawk has been configured, and now it can. I guess I'll sort it above you and put it on right there on your shoulder.
Hell yeah.
That's silly.
That's a small hawk.
Hmm. Well, it's not to scale. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So you've
What does the
summoned your
hawk do?
hawk. It's only
Mike Hawk.
It's too bad your name wasn't Mike. Yeah. Silas Hawk doesn't sound the same. Okay, so you've summoned the hawk. Is there anything else you're pairing with this action?
I guess if I get that is technically my bonus action. So after it's summoned, I will reach up and I will tap my the tip of my spear with my finger, and I will cast the light spell on it, and it will begin to glow.
Okay, gotcha. I believe I saved your light configuration on the token, so go to light, and it's weird.
Look at that. My spear has to make a dexterity saving throw.
It's not a willing creature, yeah.
Go, Spear, go. I believe in you.
Well, I configured the light, but it doesn't actually seem to be showing on your token for some reason, so we'll just imagine it for now. I'll figure that out later.
Works for me.
Thanks. Blink thinks of other famous bird fighters that are related to shoulders. Good one. All right. So you've got a crow on your shoulder and a light on your spear. And everybody else seems to be quite prepared for battle, though I will note that Ro is mostly just inquisitively gazing upon it.
Yep.
All right. So having seen all of your actions with its peripheral vision, but focusing the majority of its eyes upon the elf that is splayed out unconsciously on the floor, kind of dropped very unceremoniously, anyone who has the peripheral vision enough, which I would think is probably going to be Darix and Silas and Blink from their current POVs, you will notice that Javoin's body begins to sort of be raised up from the ground as if through a levitated spell, some sort of telekinesis active. You can be fairly certain then that the source of it is this creature. And as Javoin is sort of turned over in the air into a more, almost like a way that a sloppy puppeteer might attempt to stand up a puppet, and, feet dragging against the ground, not really steadily holding on its feet. Javoin will, to all of your surprise, attempt to address you with a raspy voice before stuttering a moment, and then you'll hear what you suppose is a creature attempting to clear Javoin's throat with a
I know this isn't what I said. Can I say that Blink fires the arrow? Because he's firing the fuck out of that arrow.
Oh, come on. You're gonna make us
At least
fight
let
this
it
thing
talk
that's clearly
first.
trying to talk.
Yeah, Blink, if you want to fire the arrow, you just got to roll to see if you hit.
Aw.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
That would be a hit.
Oh,
All right, roll the damage.
You just killed the party.
All right, and you're targeting an eye on the creature.
Hell
You
yeah.
shot the elf.
Did you think the serial killer character was going to not,
Yeah.
be trigger happy?
Especially, the character that just almost died like 30 minutes ago and is now watching something be levitated.
Yeah, that's true.
It would have been funny if you shot the elf.
That's kind of what I thought he was gonna do.
Yeah, I did.
Suddenly
He was
changed.
I
his
said I
turn.
was gonna. Yeah.
Like
shoot that
he's
thing, but I
twitchy
just
as
killed
fuck.
instead.
The thing is standing
Because
still.
we need the elf to get through the door, bro.
Yeah, please don't
Oh,
kill him.
That is true.
true.
We would.
You'd be trapped
Oh,
here
you're
for
thinking
1,000
so
years.
rationally, Mr. Trigger Happy.
He's not going to shoot the elf. The elf isn't the problem. It's the big fucking monster in the room, dude.
That is
So
true.
true.
So
so
for that
true.
reason, I'm shooting. Yeah, right.
All right. So as the arrow whistles through the air, you're almost certain, especially with a target this large, that the shot you took was careful, calculated. It was picture perfect, looking to puncture one of those bigger eyes. And yet the arrow is suddenly deflected by a magical shield of sorts that sort of shimmers in front of the creature. You take a closer look and will notice that some of the eyes that were examining your direction have flickered into a more magical state, their irises changing to a more turquoise color as they seemingly channel to prevent your assault. It's at that point that the voice that comes out of Javoin's mouth says, "Rude."
Great. We have a smart ass Eldritch Abomination. Just what we need.
Blink notches another arrow. It aims at the elf now.
Old, you idiot.
There's another moment of sort of examination. So if anybody else wants to step forward and say or do anything, feel free to.
Yeah. Derek really wants to hit this thing. But
Didn't Astorium say he was going to punch if I shot?
Yeah, Astorium is
So
in the middle
yeah,
of
I think Astorium
approaching
is
the
the most
punch.
prepared.
He's
Yeah.
preparing to punch.
He's approaching the punch.
But I can't move because the game.
Oh
is
yeah, there you go.
paused,
Sorry
so-
about
No, it's true. Oh.
that.
Gets closer.
I can't move
I am
on.
readying the punch.
Well, that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
most I can do.
can't move on to the
Charging it up
box.
like in an anime. Ah.
Yeah. That's true. So he's gonna. So Astorium is going to attempt to punch. So we know that.
Yes.
Ro, are you? What's your move here?
Ro is readying his great axe, but
Still not.
should I-
Still not
should I
declaring.
swing?
Still
I
not.
can't believe
Yeah,
we have
I'm not quite sure.
can't believe we
Yeah,
have a sassy eldritch monster.
I can't
that's
do.
right.
Derek spits and goes, Reddit.
Yeah, I think Ro's gonna swing his great axe at it.
All right. You guys can just roll for attacks from where you are. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, so what? Oh my god!
Well, it's time to kill the giant abomination, boys.
Like it's clearly trying to speak.
It's a giant abomination monster. I don't think it matters.
Oh,
There it is. There it is.
Baby, let's go.
All right, Ashtorium. You and Darix are the only ones to make a hit on the creature. So let's see that
where's
critical
the
hit
attack?
from
There it is. There's
Morningstar.
the
Yeah.
attack. Yep. All right. With advantage, right?
You already rolled.
Attack
You
with
rolled the
You-
crit.
You, rolled the crit.
You'd
You just
roll
roll
with the crit
critical hit
damage.
strike damage.
Oh, okay.
When you roll the damage.
No, it
Oh, you
didn't
just rolled
count.
it again.
That's just an attack roll again.
Yeah, that's an attack.
You can just
Roll
roll a
damage
second one.
and
Yeah.
click
That's,
critical.
well, I guess I don't even know what that would be because I can't remember
A
when
second
the bonus
attack
is
or
coming.
second damage roll?
No, you just roll a damage roll,
When you
and
click
there's a
okay.
There's a critical hit on the bottom left of the window.
Oh,
that
I'm
says
sorry.
Bomb.
No, you're good. There you go. 14. Holy
Hey.
shit.
No, it's not an actual attack. I was gonna do an example.
There we
There
go.
you
Very cool. Very cool.
All right, so
14,
that's
baby,
3
let's
and
go.
14. It'll all be eaten up by the shield anyway. So
All right, so Ashtorium, where are you striking on the creature at this point? Are you trying to punch the eyeballs?
Center mass.
Oh, center of mass.
Very cool. Very cool.
Okay,
that's very monkish.
that is pretty monkish. Yes, that's right. Well, your first strike seems more than absorbed by the creature's hulking flesh, and your second strike does seem to do a tad bit of damage. Hitting it for some bludgeoning damage, but it's nothing compared to the critical strike of Darix, who I'm going to move closer for the sake of actually showing that he's hitting, who bludgeons. Where are you thinking? Where are you thinking to bludgeon?
I'm thinking to bludgeon like the biggest, nastiest looking eyeball.
Okay. All right. So you know the eyeball is gazing directly at you, and as you approach it, there's this sort of a fleck for just a moment, a flicker of the eye that turns from its more like you could say hazel complexion to a golden complexion, reminding you of back home when you were in the cathedrals of your kin and being delivered sermons from the chosen. It's as if the eye almost changes shape deliberately as you approach, but your morning star is still just going to drive home onto it, just crushing it, just destroying that eye of God. Just fuck you, God, for 7 damage.
7 damage. That means he resisted.
Yeah, he takes half damage. Yep.
Got him.
So, better hope you have magic.
I don't.
Yeah,
you made the wrong
you're
choice
all
then.
attacking the thing that's clearly trying to speak. At least give it a chance.
All right, Ro,
No.
your great axe swung, and unfortunately, while you didn't quite miss, it didn't seem like it dug in to do much damage. Perhaps that pesky magical shield is to blame.
Oh shit.
All right.
That sounds like cope.
I was being nice. Okay. All right, Narath and Silas, you have watched your party members attempt to strike at this thing, and while it does seem to be yielding some results, it's clearly not going as well as you may have hoped. So what are you up to? What's Narath first, and then Silas after?
Still no direction from the boss.
The boss is watching.
Okay.
You better.
Narath
He
will
wants to see what happens.
take a
I guess.
swig of his restore spell slot potion,
Okay.
and then he will cast on himself because his party doesn't deserve it. Protection, good from evil and good.
Ah, okay. Okay, so you're protected
And then he
against
will
aberrations, celestials, elemental, fae, fiends, and undead. Got it.
Then he will look to Silas to see what the fuck is his take on all this, since, this is clearly a magical abomination, and but it's trying to speak and clearly has a greater mind behind it.
Knowing everything that's going on in this place and the general appearance and vibe of this creature, would Silas be offended on principle?
Offended about what? Like the fact that the creature exists?
Yeah.
It's probably safe to say that the creature is not exactly, what would you say? This creature is very evidently like stitched together and pieced together from different forms and or organisms, and has been turned into some strange, unsightly, unseemly aberration. So it's pretty easy to say that any creature that lives would look at this and say, "God damn, that's ugly," and probably an affront to whatever god you believe in or pray to. That being said, it hasn't. It is one of probably the only creature actually that you have found in here that looks anything like the horrors that you have faced. That is not attacking first. That is not raising its seemingly considerable powers, given the way that it deflected the good shot from Blink, and the way that it's absorbing the punishment from the melee combatants. It seems to be a powerful and potent, right? But is not leveraging that right now.
So Narath will notice that Silas is definitely on guard, and I guess is Narath doing anything before I do my action?
He already went through his turn. He casted. He rejuvenated his spell slot by using the potion, and then he casted protection from good and evil, or evil and good.
Okay, so Silas will look to the creature, gazing across its many eyeballs, and he will cast a message on it. And speaking into its mind, if it has one, he will say, "I will give you only this one opportunity to speak."
All right, so as you attempt to speak into the creature's mind, Silas, there's the sense that there's many more than one presence within the creature's mind, as if it were home to maybe 100, maybe more distinct, scattered voices, which at a point all attempt to communicate, where as if an outcry of mixed emotions between panic, fear, anger, and certainly surprise at your magical intrusion. There is one voice that bellows out amidst the cacophony that, from an external side, anybody who were to attempt to look at you might see sort of the discomfort written on your face of having to endure this barrage of psychic sound as a response. But the voice that bellows throughout all of them is a deeper one that calls for silence for a moment, and almost you get a sense that like the other voices are shut out for a moment, as if now you are psychically within the presence of just the one entity that is now speaking to you. And he says, "That's more opportunity than your party gave me."
He said the thing.
I did. Party's a good in-universe term. Everybody uses party.
Yeah.
Entourage. Patriot.
Your group.
Messages in action, so does everybody hit him again before I can reply?
Well, we can say that you could, if you wanted to. Let's see.
I mean, you get 6 seconds of talking, right? So
yeah,
If given the opportunity.
that was only really like a second. So
You get 6 seconds of talking, so
yeah, there would be an opportunity for Silas to pipe up and say something like, "I've established contact," or whatever. But whether your party listens to you,
might turn around and hit you. Yeah. What do you mean? You're
I will say that Narath did say loudly to Blink, "Stop it," or I forgot what exactly I said, but
yeah,
Hold.
well, yeah.
So everyone would have heard that.
Yes, but they all chose to attack anyway. So
Yeah, because they're retards. But Silas would hear that. So maybe
Silas did
he
hear
can
that,
try
and then
pick
you
him
looked
up.
at him to try to figure out what he was doing, and you saw that sort of like psychic discomfort written on his face, so you can presume. I'd say like Narath could probably understand that Silas was doing something to. And Silas did message Narath at least once, like all the way back in the first session.
I think
so
it's
pretty common knowledge, I think, that for Narath, who's been around for long enough to have known the message cantrip, that like that's probably something that's going down. So anyway, does Silas want to say anything either to his party or to the creature before we move on to the next set of actions?
Yeah, so Silas will speak aloud this time, and he will say, "What is your purpose? You are not attacking us mindlessly as the others were."
Okay. All right, well, that brings us to the creature's pseudo turn, since we haven't actually done initiative or anything. And we will say... Let's see. All right. All right, I'm going to need Darix, Ro, and Ashtorium to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, epic.
We're looking for a 15 or better.
Oh, Constitution?
That's right.
Okay.
Correct. Fucking breed.
Oh!
All right.
Oh, down.
No, Astorium, you're so
My faith
dead.
is my shield.
Your face is your shield? All right.
My face is my shield.
True. That'll be way funnier when he has a shield and it's just a picture
Well,
of his face.
Just a
God
picture of my
protected you,
face.
man.
Okay.
30 and a 12.
That's right. That's a lot of threes.
His dice are heavy today. He got fucking crit and then this.
Dude, 3 plus 3.
Do not listen. Do not tempt the Starfather. He has a wicked sense of humor.
Why? I have to kill you later, remember?
Okay, so
It's all over for you, boy.
the three of you who are closer to the creature, Darix, Ro, and Ashtorium, look upon the strange and vile creature as it begins to convulse a little bit in front of you. Its strange, pudgy limbs that you could conceive of as arms flailing about as some deep power within it begins to gather. It unleashes that power in a thunderous wave of magic that sends Ro and Ashtorium flying into the wall for a total of 5 points of damage.
Oof.
Damn.
Dude, he rolled low on that.
Darix, you only take 2 points of damage because of your save. And you are kept in place, your faith shielding you, perhaps, from the magical onslaught. And from Javoin's lips, the creature proclaims, "I hold no ill will against those who slaughter my masters."
At this, Narath will, if he gets a chance, Narath will say to Dax, "Back off, young blood. We may have an ally here."
Derek's is not going to move, and he's not going to say anything, but he's also not going to attack.
How bad does Astorium look after he just got launched?
How bad does he look, Lucy?
He's totally fucked.
It's okay.
Blink seeing Astorium
moved all
crumple
the
into
healing
the
I just
wall and hearing the absolute noise that was just made of nothingness from Javoin's mouth.
Noise of nothingness.
Yeah, he said fake words that don't mean anything.
Can we sacrifice Blink to the creature and get it as a party member?
Dude, your dice are we're all in real well for the for the attack rolls.
Jesus Christ.
If somebody else would like to, I guess what we could say is that no, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure. I don't think Silas could really stop him from sending. I was gonna say Silas could do some kind of funny grapple.
Silas
or
could use
something.
his reaction to try and grapple him.
It wouldn't be a reaction. It would be an actual action or whatever bonus action. But I don't know that he wants to. I mean,
Yeah, if he wants to, but he should have the option.
My hawk just claws your eyes out.
no, he needs those eyes.
Not blink.
No, Silas doesn't stop you.
All right. Okay, so an arrow punctures one of the many eyes on the creature as it seems to shrug off the attack overall, despite the pinpoint accuracy of Blink's strikes. There is a low sort of grunting sound that erupts from Javoin's lips as a response, but otherwise the creature doesn't immediately make any moves. Although Javoin seems to sort of be rotated to look towards Silas and Narath, and obviously Blink by extension. As if sort of like giving you guys all a look. I mean, it's an expressionless face on Javoin's visage, but the gesture almost is like, will you control that thing?
Yeah, Narath will look to Blink, and he will attempt to intimidate him, flaring out the side spikes on his face as he says, rather annoyed, "Will you think for one moment before I have to strangle you to death?" He will shout this at the top of his lungs.
Oh shit!
I contest this?
Yeah, I think you do a wisdom throw.
I thought it was charisma. But
oh yeah, it's charisma. You're right.
Oh, I know that's a fuck.
Ooh, so
wow.
close.
So close.
Point.
That's what happened to me. Don't feel bad.
So, I mean, you can decide how heavily affected Blink is, but he would definitely be sort of shocked out of any crisis response that he had seen from the reaction from seeing Ashtorium be flung into the wall, right? So, maybe like a shock to the system that might make him sort of recheck or reconsider.
An arrow will still be in his bow, but he will lower his bow to a resting position.
Okay. Hey.
So it's like facing the ground.
All right. So Narath has done that, right? That's Narath's move so far. Silas, you've got an opportunity here before I check in with the two that got flung into the wall.
Okay, so Silas will look to Evaristus after this happens, and he will say, "I would attack too if I were you, but there seems to be something off here. Let's give it just a moment, but don't let your guard down." And then he'll look towards the creature and he will say, "If it's true that you bear no ill will towards us, then explain. How were you created? And what is your relationship to this one?" And he will gesture towards Javoin.
Okay. As the creature makes ready to respond, Ro and Ashtorium, you have indeed been flung at the wall, but despite your pain, especially Ashtorium's physical degradation at this point, we'll say that you are still capable of sort of taking in the speech that's been had. You recognize Silas's words, and now he's addressing, seemingly having a conversation with this monstrosity. And Ashtorium, presumably, should you look towards Blink, you'll see that he's got his bow lowered, but still glaring in the direction of the creature. So maybe that communicates some stuff to you guys. However, whatever you want to say or do at this point, just let me know what you're thinking. Starting with Ro.
Ashtorium will stand up and get into a defensive position.
Okay.
Pose. Stance. That's the word.
There you go.
So Ro looks like he's not having a good time.
Mhm.
He was already complaining that he wasn't feeling good before, and now that he's been slammed against the wall, he's really not feeling good. So he gets up and he takes a step forward, and he's like, "So this creature speaks, does it?" And that it kind of like looks at it expectantly, that like it's gonna say something.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
otherwise, he's holding up his great axe, but he's not actually like swinging it as of right now.
All right. And Darix, you're just sort of silently like watching and still in a battle stance, but not swinging your Morning Star again.
Yes.
Okay.
Derek has many things he wishes to say, but he will bite his tongue.
So much there's gonna be blood. All right. So out of the lips of Javoin comes another directive or missive from this creature as it attempts to respond to Silas's line of questioning. And the voice will say, "My beginning held only pain and blood. I remember vague memories of whatever you might call my creation. Sinew and bone snapped together, skin sewn atop an unworthy vessel. This may not be my first rebirth. Many of what fuel me still linger within, faintly alive, or perhaps just an empty vessel." Then it attempts to circle back in conversation to the first request of Silas, and it says, "I have been dormant within this box tomb. I was hoping to awaken without the magical shackles that have tamed me, and awaken without them I have. I can tell, looking upon you all, you are why the masters have fallen, yet they still walk the manor, diminished but not defeated."
Does Blink get the sense that Javoin is one of these masters?
Oh yeah, he looked at it and he said, "Anyone who's an enemy of these guys, I'm cool with." That's what triggered all this.
I thought
Well,
he
he's
was just
speaking
referencing
out
the
of
people we killed.
Javoin's. Yeah, he's speaking out of Javoin's lips, but he didn't really. It's hard to say that he looked at any one thing since he's got 100 eyeballs. Well, 98.
Yeah.
But whatever. You guys stepped on too.
Narath will say, Do you have the freedom to take vengeance on them at this moment?"
As a response, there's a slow, steady, careful movement from the creature, one of the creature's longer tendrils, that as it sort of like moves forward, it's being very deliberate in not moving directly towards any of the party in particular, just sort of moving closer to the extremity of the box. And as the tendril makes contact with the marble floor, it immediately hisses and sizzles as if being seared and burned in front of your eyes, reduced to a puddle of gore and viscera that is more in line with how many of the horrors had been presented thus far. And while a low groan of pain sort of emerges from Javoin's lips, the creature then rights its position, pulling its singed, burned tendril back, and it says, I can do little from this tomb, while the magics are still present. My slavery is ended, but my bondage remains.
Everistus will pipe up and not enjoying the situation because Astorium's, half dead, maybe a little more than half dead. We'll say, so would you like me to put an arrow through Javoin's head, seeing as he's still alive? Or would you rather save that for later?
The eyes will, as many of them as possible at once, will lock onto you at this suggestion, and much more forcefully, the voice will say, "Harm may not fall, Javoin. While he remains here, he is my vessel to communicate my will, my side of the story. Without him, well..." And then the eyes turn to Silas. "You would have but one vessel of communication." Then his eyes turn to sort of regard everybody yet again, and Javoin says, out of Javoin's lips come the words, "He can be felled later, but he was not a master of this place. Javai is certainly a different story."
Ah, yes, Javai. I had fun killing him. I didn't know it would necessarily help you, but I suppose you didn't kill Astorium, so we'll call it even.
The creature sort of like, there's like a weird warbling sound coming from Javoin's lips as, it's done in like, at first it sounds almost like sinister, but you eventually get the sense that it's actually the creature attempting to laugh. And Javoin says, "You merely accelerated his visit to the realm that they constructed me within. I would not be so confident that you will not face him again."
Everistus, a little stunned maybe, because he's used to things staying dead when he kills them, and it's happened twice today already that it has not been that way.
Like, what?
Will stutter a bit and say, well, I relish a challenge.
The eyes sort of continue to sort of flicker between different ones of you, but the largest of the eyes that remain, each one of them seems to be steady in focusing on only one of you. And the longer you look at this creature, the more you'll notice that each one of them is a different color, and that there's a slight sort of glow from them. The one looking to Darax, glowing gold. The one looking to Narath, silver. To Ro, red. To Silas, blue. To Ashtorium, a deep bronze. And to Everistus of the north, almost jet black. All these eyes individually examining the six of you will, eventually inspire you or be encouraging you to almost be like drawing your attention, as if whatever animates those eyes is keenly attuned to each one of you. And at this point, once you all have figured out where these eyes are specifically looking towards you, Javoin's lips will animate once more as the creature says, "A challenge indeed. I recommend drawing upon the magic that animates me. May it prepare you for what lies beyond." And
Oh shit.
at this, Narath, your boss will be gleefully ordering an affirmation as if to listen to what the creature is saying and follow suit.
Wait, so the eye that looked at me was like full black?
Yeah.
Wait, is it making me say something?
No. It's just looking at you. I was saying
Oh.
Narath's boss is telling him
Oh,
to do it.
yeah.
But each eye
Yeah.
is... there's one eye that's very large and colored distinctly and looking at each one of you. So there's a blue one for Silas, a golden one for Darix, a red one for Ro, a bronze one for Ashtorium, a black one for Blink, and a silver one for Narath.
Is there
Narath
any way I
approaches
can
the
check?
eye that gazes
Can I make a
upon
check on
him.
that?
Yeah, what do you... Hold on, before Narath does something, just let me ask, what are you doing for a check?
Like, I don't know if it'd be like Arcana. Like, why are they different for each of us?
Oh yeah, you can
Well,
do
exactly,
you can
darn
you can
ordinances.
roll Arcana if you want.
Derek wants to speak whenever. Yeah, I can.
Yep. Okay. With a 17 blink, Evaristus, your best guess, as you examine and realize that the other eyes are gazing towards your compatriots and that they're all colored differently, there is an undeniable sense of power emanating from the irises. And as they gaze upon you, they almost invite you to get lost within the visage of the eye, as if it within dwells a pool of significant power, and that this font may enchant those who are blessed enough, fortunate enough to receive them. But the source of this magic is not something that it's well beyond your understanding or comprehension, and it's certainly not something you've ever encountered before or heard of before. Yet your best guess is that it's some sort of utilitarian magic that can conform to or be adjusted to fit each individual person in some way, again, that is beyond your understanding.
So I'm feeling a magical pull towards it, as well as the creature telling me to touch it.
The
essentially,
the pull is more like your Arcana check gives you this understanding that there is there must be some truth to what it's saying, because it's saying, draw upon my power for the challenge ahead. But the magic is like clearly obvious, radiating from the iris, and your examination has kind of it's sort of like you've done a magical insight check to see if what it's saying is plausible, if you will. And it.
Oh, that's nice, because I was going to do a regular insight check.
There you go. Well, think about what you want to say or do in response, but we'll let Darix speak.
Yeah, I'll let Darix go, and then I'll go.
Narath wants to speak as well after Darix.
Derek will say, while trying not to look into the golden eye because it makes his stomach churn, you are an aberration, and your existence blasphemy against creation. For why should we put any trust in anything you say?
Javoine simply says, I agree. And I hope that after this is done, I will dematerialize.
I will be sure to see to that.
The golden eye gazes upon you, Darix, and Javoine says, I see you.
Derek's will spit.
All right. We'll get to Ro and Ashtorium and Silas in a moment, but Narath, what are you up to as this exchange happens?
Narath will approach the eye and regard Darax for a moment as he speaks, and then turn to the creature, and he will say, I accept your gift of power, but I must ask, for the sake of the others, what price will this come with?
The silver eye is like pulsating in front of you as you approach, as if eagerly awaiting your touch, as if its purpose was to be infused within you. And Javoin's lips will say, "The only cost of this power is your oath to defeat my master. Once it is done, the power will remain yours. But if you fail in this mission, or go back upon your word, I will have no choice but to call forth more reliable patrons."
Call forth.
Looking at Darax a moment, Narath will say something in Draconic. Let me go first, young blood. He does not have as much leverage over my soul as perhaps he would yours. I can verify if his word is true. And then he will touch the eye and embrace whatever powers await.
Okay, touching the eye of the great beast. Ro and Ashtorium. Well, we'll start with Ashtorium since you're about half dead here. What are you thinking?
He's just gonna stay out of and not draw attention to himself more than necessary.
Okay, you're just sort of surveying still?
Yeah.
All right. Ro, what are you doing?
Ro is probably gonna try to like reach out to the spirits within this thing because there's a shitload of them, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So obviously, not all of them will like they're not in unison, right? They don't seem to like they seem to be in chaos whenever they appear. So he's gonna try to reach out to them to figure out like if this guy is telling the truth and what's going on with him.
Okay, can you roll me an insight check? Or no, let me see. What check did we roll last time when we were trying to get you to do the spiritual speaking?
No,
I think it might have been
a flat D20.
Oh, was it? Might have been religion. I think I probably added the bonus mentally. Yeah, okay. So if you want to just roll a D20 for me in the dice tray in the bottom.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Thank you, sir. Oh my god!
What?
Eric's missed the net one.
I can't believe it, dude.
My...
All right.
What the?
Well, Ro, you attempt to look through the spirits within this creature, reaching out to your spiritual anchor there, using your existence as one such anchor. But the cacophony catches you like a spiritual, what would you say, like a maelstrom that kind of just tosses you right back out from being able to focus on the creature. It's too much of a tumult for you'd be able to really understand or comprehend. There's definitely a lot of power within this thing, but whether or not it's telling the truth about the nature of that power and how it might pass it on is another story. Yet I will say that physically and irrespective of this role, just looking at the eye that is reddish, like a reddish brown that is regarding you, it's reminding you an awful lot of an eye of perhaps one of your kin.
So it's got like a null in there.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Something there, perhaps. Yeah, made of that or something.
Okay.
Pretty much the
Ro's gonna be
familiarity.
very like what would you say, like disturbed and kind of like disoriented.
And
he's not sure what to do, so he's probably gonna watch the other party members since he can't use his spirit connection to resolve.
I will embrace the power.
Before Narath is done Narathing that eye, Everest is just kind of done with the day, like he's just kind of over the stupidity he's dealt with. He thought it was going to be way less stupid than it was, but it is what it is.
Swedish woman?
He's going to just walk up and say, "Sure, why not?" And just touch the eye.
Okay. He just doesn't give a shit anymore.
I see 3Crow. You might be trying to move everybody. If you just grab, like, you drag select the 2 tokens, you should be able to move them both.
Fucking
it doesn't move
Chandler
the
offers you
hawk for
power.
me.
Do you accept?
Huh. What if you just click the hawk? Can you do that?
That's what I was trying to do a moment ago. Oh, now I can't deselect either.
Ha! Perfect.
Deselect works for me just fine. I don't know why it would be.
So, like, I can see the placement box for the hawk as though I were moving it.
Right, but it's not actually moving it?
Yeah, it doesn't actually move it.
Can you click and drag it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Oh, well, that seems. Oh, I think it's considering the hawk the parent unit, so I have to drag the hawk with both of them selected.
Ah,
okay.
That is weird.
That's weird.
So you have to start your drag select with the hawk and not with Silas.
Yeah.
All right. We're working out the kinks. We'll figure that out later. I don't know what the hell that's all about. All right, so Silas, you've just watched. You're in the middle of watching all of this unfold, where 2 out of the 6 party members are seemingly offering up their fates to the whims. They're touching the eyes. What are you doing as the creature offers forth this vaunted power?
This is basically antithetical to Silas's existence, so he's very skeptical right now.
Mm-hmm.
The very first thought is, which he doesn't speak, but he thinks to himself about how if he needed some secret ability, he would just seek it from Savras because he has a connection to the weave through his deity. So, with this being the source of his skepticality, he will call out to the creature as the party approaches it, and he will say, "Even if we are to defeat your masters and set you free, breaking your binds from this tomb, as you call it, you do understand that any beyond this manor would find it eager to kill you on sight. Even then, how could we trust you?"
Well, he said he wanted to die, so...
Yeah, so the just as a refresher, I'm not sure if this changes your discussion, because again, you're pretty skeptical of him. When Darek said something kind of similar about, like, why should we trust you? Your existence is like an affront. The creature just said, "I agree, and I hope that after this is over, I will dematerialize." So there's seemingly some idea that, and Darek said that he'll make sure that the creature is dead, after this. And so there seems to be already some idea building to the fact that, like, it does not wish to live in that sense. So
okay, in that case, scratching what I said, Silas will, having considered this and also having had similar thoughts to what I explained, will be doing his best to determine whether or not the creature is telling the truth.
Okay. So you could either do what Everistus did, which was use an Arcana check to determine if it's plausible that magic could happen, or if you just want to rely on your passive Arcana, where you figure it's most likely possible, but you're not 100% sure, you could roll an Insight instead to see if you can read its motives.
I'm going to go for the motive read.
Okay.
I can't believe I rolled a 1.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
Ooh.
19.
Yo, 19.
All right, drawing upon your experience messaging the creature and reading into its mind, as well as your experience speaking to it via the vassal that is Javoin, you ascertain the following. The creature very much wishes that it were not alive, yet still seems sworn to bring its master to justice, or for some other reason it is persisting within this world and not simply seeking out its destruction or offering itself up at your mercy, right? It did specifically attempt to defeat to stave off its own attacks, to stop the Ro and Darix and Ashtorium from striking at it, and it shielded itself from the first attack of Everistus. So it's clearly got some kind of self-preservation going on. But you see that it is telling the truth when it says that it hopes it will not exist once its deed is done. And that it does seem to be very much aligned against the elvish masters of this place. So those two things check out. Its offer of power is one that seems to be a little bit harder for you to tell. It does seem to be telling the truth about the terms of the deal, where it says, yeah, you guys, as long as you do this task for me and make sure that elf dies, then my masters will be defeated and my curse will be lifted, and then I can die, and you guys can go on and you'll still keep the power. That seems to be true to the best of this creature's understanding, and of course the best of your understanding of this creature. But there is something a bit odd about it, where its power that it's offering you. There's also an additional layer to that, where it specifically mentioned that there was a challenge ahead in response to what Everistus had said. So you're not sure what he means by that challenge, but you're fairly certain that the creature is earnest in its offering, as far as like the strings attached to the power in the first place.
I should have touched the eye looking at Ashtorium.
Yeah.
Considering this, or all right, does anything else happen after this?
Oh, we could still say you're considering stuff. Well, I'll sort out the order of things as after you go here. We'll process the current actions.
Okay. Silas is like connecting some dots right now, and tell me if this is correct or if he needs to make a check or whatever. Considering that we found Javoin in a sort of like vegetable state or like trance-like state, when we slew Javai, is it possible that the unbinding of this creature allowed it to take control of Javoin, and now it's not necessarily spending its own spell slots, but spending his?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, roll an Arcana check for me.
Stay hot. Oh, that's not hot.
Not quite hot.
You would get smoked at Vegas.
Okay, so Silas, it's quite possible that is the case, but you cannot be sure. You will note that Javoin has not really had the the most opportunity to speak unto itself, since he seemed to be waking up, and then you guys you were the one who delivered the knockout blow. Actually, you thunked them on the head with your spear.
Actually, your fault.
So. But so it's been hard for you to examine him to get a definitive look. But it's a plausible theory.
Okay, is that it for me? Is there another round?
Yeah, so Narath's the first one to make contact with the eye, and it will be followed up somewhat shortly by Everistus, who also touches the jet black eye, where Narath touches the silver one. Narath, as you make physical contact with the quivering, pulsating eyeball that has been regarding you for the past few minutes, it seems to surge forward, and in a rather grotesque visual, the eye itself kind of impales itself on your claw, on your hand, and it kind of wraps around your hand as if almost threatening to pull you inside the creature for a moment. And to your surprise, there's no blood, there's no viscera, there's no guts that immediately squelch out that you would normally see if such a thing were to occur. It's almost as if the eye was made of some sort of strange quivering liquid that coats your hand, and you feel immediately a warmth that you haven't felt since the last time your master bestowed you with magical power, perhaps hinting at the nature of this gift. And then a sudden sort of surprising feeling of weight lifted off your shoulders as your wounds are restored and knitted before your party's eyes. Then the magical surge hits, and a feeling that, unfortunately, you are quite familiar with, your powers as a warlock raising in strength. You feel that level up coming on.
All right. Do the usual side effects.
I can't wait to
of
feel
me getting
faster.
My powers come in.
Yeah, it's like similar in nature to your lich giving you power, right?
Okay. The colors of the world are a bit more dim.
Will this restore our racial feats or racial abilities?
Yeah, it basically resets everything that you would normally need a long rest for. So
Hell yeah!
So in the rule books, it says I can.
I told you
take
guys
a
he was going to force us to
5
sleep.
instead of rolling the d8 and
We're
add
just
my
gonna sleep in
Constitution
super fast.
modifier.
wait, hold on. What did you say? You're doing what now?
So in the rule book, it says that instead of rolling, I could just do 5 as if it was my roll, and then add my Constitution modifier.
Yeah, we said that we would roll or we would take 5.
Well, the book says 5 plus my Constitution.
Yeah, but if you remember Paladin partner, every time we level up, we always rolled, and if we got lower than a 5, we just took 5.
Yeah, basically it's like, I mean, in this case it's 5 plus con, which is pretty considerable for Narath because that would be plus 3, so that would be 8. I don't know if you're going to make the decision to roll, then that kind of, in my, like, I'll let you do it this time, but just for future reference, I think it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't really compute for it to be 5 plus your con in the context of, like, why would they write the rule that way? 3Crow, help me out here. For HP level up.
Because usually
you...
it's you roll the dice plus your Constitution modifier. So you roll 1d8
right.
plus 3.
But why would they give you an
5
advantage over that?
Better than average.
Yeah, why would the default be slightly better than average? Why wouldn't it just be average?
Because the average is 4.
The idea
because
is
your
that
Constitution modifier needs to have an active effect. The 5 is just like if you rolled a 5 on the Constitution.
it's about the risk reward. Traditionally, the idea is you either get slightly above average, or you take the chance at rolling something better. But my suggestion to modify that was that if you roll and you roll under what you could have just taken anyway, then you can just take the average instead. Because otherwise, you run into situations where, like, a person rolls bad over and over again,
+1, yeah, and
you have a party member who's, like, way too behind to participate.
Right. I can comprehend that part, but what Shambler is saying is that for the default is taking 5 on a 1d8, which is above average, instead of taking 4, which would be average, right? Am I missing something?
Average is 4.5.
What is his class?
Warlock.
Yeah, so D&D always rounds down, so it would be 4.
Yeah, in this case, I don't know why they usually round up.
I'm checking rules as written now.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. We don't need to get hung up on it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it is 5.
Yeah, mine says 5. I don't know. Again, like
I'm not talking about. I understand that he's got the rules in front of him and he's reading that correctly. I'm just saying I don't understand why they would.
Yeah, it makes
your baseline would be better than average. So then, in this case, you're only rolling for if you get, like, what the difference would be, like max 3. It would be the difference. So.
It's actually
pretty
bad
good though.
It's bad to roll because of the way the rules are written. I don't know why they made that.
I mean, I guess they were just erring on the side of, like, party members not dying or whatever.
I just remember I was just mentioning Paladin partner because that's what we did, where you made it so that we could roll if we wanted to, and if we got fucked, we would just take a 5.
Yeah.
Which, if that's
but that cucks you out of your Constitution modifier is the problem.
No, you still add your con.
You add your con regardless.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that would still be rules as written though. So that's basically it. I mean, I guess rules is written as
Okay,
you
so-
either roll or you take 5. I mean,
Yeah, you have to decide
Yeah.
beforehand,
Yeah.
and you could roll worse. So actually rolling is just bad.
yeah, that's basically what
I'd like to take 5 plus 3,
Yeah,
so 8.
yeah. I mean, in this case,
Yeah.
it's only a difference of 1, but in the future we might
Okay,
revisit that
so-
rule. But anyway, you
I'm
you
fine
go to
with
your
rounding down if you
Mhm.
get it if you roll worse or
So-
whatever. Then everyone will just always roll, and then you just have that rule for.
Yeah.
Well, if you rolled too low, then you get this.
So you can go to your features list on your character sheet and just toggle the edit modal and then change your level from 1 to 2, and that will give you the module thing for leveling up. So I guess you guys haven't actually leveled up in Foundry yet, right? Because in Paladin Partner you're already level 3 when we moved over. So
No.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
So
it's pretty
where
streamlined
is it
here.
again?
What?
Where did you say that was again?
It's
what was
the
it?
hamburger looking menu and the right of the character sheet below the backpack and the gear
Below the
above the book.
Yeah, features.
Features. Oh, I'm in inventory. No wonder.
Yeah, one down, and then you toggle edit, and then you change your level. Yeah.
Come on, it's not letting me.
You gotta. Oh, maybe it doesn't let players.
Big
do it?
average.
Oh no, you
Okay,
figured it
there
out.
we go.
Yeah. Okay, so while he's doing that
Okay.
and adding all his shit, Everestus, aka Blink, you are gonna have a similar sort of ritual happen to you as you sort of. I'm imagining perhaps more tentatively than Narath reach forward to the eye. How would you describe your action there?
Yeah, he walks over. He's kind of nonchalant about it, but as he approaches, I guess anyone who's really, really interested about the way he thinks, if anyone is like that for some reason, you'll kind of see his hand hesitate, and then he'll, by the way of his words, he will essentially just say whatever to his own self in his mind, and firmly press the eye like a button, basically.
All right, and so you've already seen what it's doing or actively doing to Narath. So a similar thing will happen to you where the eye sort of like surges forward and envelops your hand all the way up to, say, like a little bit past your wrist. And as it's doing so, that feeling of warmth from the wavering liquid that's within that seems to be actually making up the eye is empowering you, enchanting you, filling your vitality. You only missing 1 HP in this case, but still giving you that
say
extra bit.
My eyes go changeling.
Yeah.
Like they have
Your eyes are swirling, are powered by the magic. Yeah, and you are once again just like the others. You're getting that feeling of like that fleetness of foot back. Like you are
feel faster, dude.
Feeling more powerful, more fast. Yeah. All right, and so we've watched the two of you do stuff. Do you have something, Shambler?
So I get the usual feeling like how I do with my master. Do I feel any unique power of the creature over my soul? Or is it just business as usual?
I will talk about what you feel after everybody else goes. And if you have other questions, you can write it in your thread like usual. All right, so Darix, you've just watched two of your troop, including the elder statesman of the Draconin, who has told you to sort of wait for him to try it first, and he's sort of like he's going through it, and you see this grotesque vision like this display of the eye, like almost like wrapping itself around Narath's outstretched claw, and of course the same happening to the elf to your immediate right. So, what are you thinking at this point?
This is like the worst thing that could ever happen. That's what he's thinking.
You have seen your party members that have done this. You have seen their wounds be healed and knitted in front of you. So
yes, but this would mean accepting help from this thing, this abomination, and there's no way to tell that this thing will honor anything. And while Derek's may be willing to take mortals, people at their word, this is really like from little child, these things just outright evil. There's really nothing good about them, and he's struggling right now. He's having a little crisis.
Okay, just sort of quietly, silently suffering right now.
He's quietly signed because like I can't say like from a character perspective, there's no way like he's gonna be the last one to level up.
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
He's just gonna be the last one to level
That's
up.
fine, yeah. We'll make it make sense in character, don't you worry.
Dude, no matter how scary Narath's version looked, my version came along with my eyes going all swirly iridescent colors, so that looks pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
Darox
yeah,
is like, you
right.
know what?
Yeah,
I got
he
all
gets
these
convinced by it, bro.
morals and stuff, but that looks cool. I want that.
Yeah, let me
Yeah,
just
exactly.
abandon everything because that looked pretty sick.
Yeah, that's pretty
there you
good. All right,
You get the sense
So-
that has nothing to do with the thing's magic, but you know.
that's right.
Some of the stuff that I wanted isn't in our thing right now. You
Yeah,
have that
message
in
me about it in the
customers.
thread because we're going through everybody else right now. So
Yeah, I'm just telling you that I'm just gonna take the default stuff that I was okay with before, just to save time.
okay, whatever you want. I mean, it's fine if I have to add stuff because it's probably already in there and it's just not hooked up or something. So, Ro, you've had your maelstrom experience with the spirits. You're now watching the wounds of two of your party members sort of knit themselves, and they seem to be flush with some kind of magical power, if the elf's eyes or anything to go by. That red canine eye is still looking at you expectantly. What are you thinking?
Right. I think at this point, Ro is just gonna do it, and he's just gonna be like, you know what? Vengeance? That's my thing. I'm gonna do it.
That's right.
So he's gonna reach out and he's gonna take his hand and place it on the eye, and he's gonna say, "If your spirits want vengeance, then vengeance I shall supply."
Okay. The eye seems like hungry as you move to make contact with it, and in a similarly grotesque display, it will wrap around your gauntlet, flooding your immediate hand with a sense of warmth, and a soothing calmness will come over your physical form as your very many wounds are beginning to heal, and any like minorly dislocated parts are popped back into spot, and all the gashes and scrapes and bruises seem to be restored. And there's just that general sense of calmness. But deep within you, the spirits that demand that animate you, the spirits of your fallen, they are surging, not in agony or anger, but in power, as if they are being fed by whatever is passing through you in this way. And so you too will feel a level up coming on.
Nice.
Ashtorium, what are you up to?
Sorry.
What are you thinking?
Ashtorium will follow his master's lead and touch the eye.
Yes.
Like a button.
Like
Good
a
man.
button. All right,
Good man.
Ashtorium. It's going to wrap around your wrist as well. And this one, you'll notice as you approach, is maybe a little bit more like hesitant, or like, begrudging or whatever, as you move your arm outstretched and touch it like a button. And it's like, as you make physical contact with it, it's just like it gives you a look like, all right, and then it does the thing where it wraps around you and starts to knit your wounds and get you back into action. And in doing so, you get that level up going, which I see it looks like you already have. So good on you. You're up there already.
I saw where things were going.
Yeah. All right. So there's going to be opportunity here for Silas. It looks like.
Oh, I may do that.
Yeah, he's getting it up. He's doing it.
Got above the average though.
That's true. All right.
So my turn?
So it is you. You're up, Silas. What are you thinking?
So, seeing this happen, Silas is going to press the symbol of Sovereign upon his spear onto his forehead, and he's going to close his eyes and take a moment to have a prayer.
Okay.
And he's going to think to himself, Severus, I face a foe which tempts my allies with the promises of power. But you are my guide. You are my strength. Hear my plea, for surely our bond surpasses the gifts of such abominations.
You hear God tell you, take the hand, idiot.
You mean the eye?
Take the eye. Okay, so you have channeled you've called upon your bond with Savras, and as you do so, you're sort of mentally speaking, right? You're sort of cast. Your mind is awash with like visions of a grand starscape, one that you have seen before during your prayers. Usually, it's infrequent, but it comes up at key moments. For example, when you chose to go your own way with regards to the Order, you had a similar vision of the grand starscape. And much like that last vision, there is a single pillar of light that stretches out from the bottom of your vision to the very top in a graceful arc that does have plenty of twists and turns along the way, but still seems to get where it needs to go at the end of it. And at the end of it is the presence that you recognize as Savras itself, silently watching, but doing so approvingly.
Holy
shit, Ro got max HP.
That's it, baby. That's what we want.
Holy.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna be able to use so many sin dice now.
Hell
Yeah, there you go. Now I don't, good.
I already
we
took 5,
need
but I
you to be
I want to
tanky.
see what I would have gotten.
That's right.
That's right.
Oh, should have
5.
taken the roll.
That's
Okay.
not how it works.
Yeah. If I rolled it back then, I would have gotten like a 1.
So Silas, you've been given this sort of starry vision, and you're sort of going to be returning back to normal from that. But was there anything else you wanted to add?
When you say he gives an approving look, is he approving of my skepticism, or is he approving of the creature's offer?
It's like he's approving of the path, right? And so the path itself that is arcing through the stars to arrive at Savras is full of different, bobs and weaves and twists and turns and pitches and yaws. And it's not a straight one, and sometimes it seems to go dangerously close back to the very bottom of the starscape that you can see. But eventually it surges back up towards Savras itself. And so that's really the cryptic direction that it seems to be giving you right now. But as if to say that no matter your course of action, if you are good in character, you will arrive by its side, that kind of thing.
Okay. So Silas will open his eyes and look towards the creature, and curious, he will place a hand on Javoin's shoulder and then look towards the blue eye, wondering if the creature is able to bestow its power through him.
The blue eye sort of like wiggles and at your gaze in some element of excitement as you regard it, and in doing so, it doesn't seem to be capable of closing the gap. But Javoin does utter in a low voice, "That is James. He will be quite the guide for you."
All right, seeing that it did not work, Silas will begrudgingly approach.
Okay. Darks, you can add, or Alexander, if you go to the tome in the top right that says Compendium Packs, there's D&D SRD content, and within that there's an items and spells, and within that there's a spells. You can search for them there. If they're not there, they might be in Ascension traits, and if they're not in either of those, just let me know what it is, and I will add it later.
You said, I'm sorry, go to the compendium pack and where? In items or traits?
Items and spells. There's a spells one that says spells SRD. That's where you'd look first. And then there's secondary ones within the traits section.
You can drag the icons from that straight into your spell list.
Yep.
No, there's not a lot of spells in the spell thing. Like, I'm just looking for cure wounds, and I can't.
If you type cure, it's in there. It's under first level.
In the Ascension trait?
No. Those are only the ones that weren't in there by default that I've added so far.
Oh yeah. You need to go to the D&D SRD content.
Yep. And then under items and spells,
oh,
there's a
spells
one.
Okay.
That's for all the default stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Alrighty. Okay, so Narath, you will as you sort of focus on the magic that's coming on in, and the power that is flooding you, you have a sudden sort of like a sudden sense that you are being watched, and it's not by your lich, your own puppeteer, but it's instead by a different sort of entity of a sort. And within your mind, a voice rings out, decidedly feminine, and certainly not what you expected to hear. And she just, the voice says, "Oh, my. Not much room in here for me, is there?"
Norath will say, in his mind, "I'm afraid you have traded one prison for another, my dear."
She gives you a sigh, but it's not like a heavy one. It's more of like a, "I don't love what you've done with the decor" sigh. And she says, "Well, we'll work on that later. For now, your powers, my lord." And for Everistus, aka Blink, the sort of you're gonna get this strange presence, a similar feeling to what Narath just felt, where there's something speaking to you, but not aloud, instead within you, and as if there's another thing behind the eyes. And it seems to speak in a peculiar way. It's as if it's decidedly one presence, yet there are many voices. And it says, "I never thought we would see out of another pair of eyes."
Why did I get the schizo?
Because you're this.
Yeah, you're. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to respond to this schizo. I've never met another. I never thought I'd meet another schizo.
The presence seems to be
head.
quite together. He's just
he's
just using many voices.
Oh yeah,
this is real friendly, bro.
Of course, I got shoulder. All right.
That's how we found out this campaign's in the future.
Yeah. Wait. That means that this thing died. No. You lie. You're a scaly liar. You ugly goddamn loser.
Stuck them in there.
You take that back right now.
Found a bottle of booze next to it for some.
I'm gonna kill your fucking woman in your head. My fucking schizo is totally gonna kill your schizo.
I mean, go ahead, just fucking kill Narath, all right? He'll be happy.
Everistus hearing this is probably gonna like shake his head a little bit. He'll stumble backwards. If I could fucking move my character. They'll like stumble backwards, looking a little disoriented. And then I don't know if he would know how to. I messaged with Silas, right? So I know how to mentally. Right.
Yeah.
So mentally talking, he will say, "Do you know what I am?" Referencing the changeling, but that probably sounds more schizo than what was just said to him. So
there's a brief silence, and then the creature says, "I've got a lot of reading to do." And you get the sense that the presence seems to have withdrawn deeper within the recesses of your mind.
Everest is still shook to his very core. Is just kind of gonna, like, again, probably shake his head. I don't know if he thinks it's real yet. And then be like, still thinking in his head, wait, come back. What is your name, at least? This is very odd.
All right, before you get a response, Ro, the presence that you feel will at first seem almost indistinguishable from the surge of spiritual kin that you have felt raising not just your, knitting your existing wounds, but boosting and strengthening and emboldening your vitality as it currently stands. You feel taller, larger, bigger, as if you were able to take on much larger prey. And there's a moment where you start to almost like size up the men and beasts that you've seen in recent history and begin to compare your indomitable prowess to their puny sizes and absolutely incomparable abilities in combat. And it's then that you sense that it's not really you doing those comparisons or thoughts. It's a different creature within you. And it snarls as you recognize it and says, "We haven't eaten anything in many days. What have you been doing to this vessel?"
Oh, another voice joins the cacophony, does it?
Oh, boy.
I have.
Does he say this out loud?
Yeah.
Yes. He says this out loud.
Holy schizo. Talk about schizo.
Oh, wow. I have been hunting, is what I have been doing for the past few days, and I have found my prey in this day.
I just hope you eat something of nutritional value soon.
Oh, don't you worry. We may find some elves to consume soon enough.
All right, so Narath got a woman. It's like his biggest fear. I got a schizophrenic dead person, which is probably just the souls of all the people I've killed. And Ro got venom, so we're off to a great start. He got a symbiote that's really hungry.
All right,
Narath was but Rasputin of his time.
Okay. Not the pickle jar. So, Ashtorium, you've been released, as the rest of the party has so far,
it's just gonna be beep boops
from the strange creature that had reluctantly given you its power. And the voice that you hear actually does not come out from your mind internally. Instead, it sort of like projects from the sides of your face. It's so loud that the whole party can hear it. And it simply says, "I got stuck in a robot."
Oh, God. Oh, Lord have mercy.
He might need to die.
Listen, if we have to hear Russian dragon, I'm fine with Scottish schizo.
I can only get one. You can only have one. Something's
I'm
changed.
for this. I'm all about diversity and inclusion. And
Not many
Dude,
places for that left over.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, bro. This schizo in my head is gonna become my best friend.
I want to know what schizo is in Darax's head.
Dude, if we kill the master and my schizo goes away, I think he might actually like crash out. Like, it might just be over.
Well, hey, the monster did say you keep the power.
My one friend.
Dude, I would love
schizo power.
There's a real like story arc here where the schizo goes away, but it's so mentally traumatizing that he actually becomes schizo. It just continues to imagine.
I used to have ghosts in my head that talked to me, and then they left, but they still talk to me.
They still talk to me.
That's right.
The last one left.
Well, hold on, because Silas hasn't quite done it yet. He's just approached.
Okay, go ahead.
Darix hasn't done it yet, but Ashtorium, did you have a reaction to the Scottishman, the dwarf that was speaking in your mind? But out loud.
But then I forgot.
Oh shit!
Which is very tragic because it was very funny.
Yeah, he said I got stuck in a robot.
Oh, Ashtorium will say in shock, "I am a warforged. Thank you very much."
I'm a crow.
Out
Out loud, yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, he can think it, I guess, but then the guy would respond out loud. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we would see the other half of the wrong half. Of
yes, that's right. That's really good, actually. I like that. So
I have feelings.
Yes. So there's a moment of like
here's two people talking to ghosts.
So the voice that spoke from Ashtorium's head was the one that wasn't Ashtorium's voice, obviously. That one is like there's a sense, Ashtorium, that it's really like taking its own shock, a system shock, if you will. And it's taking a moment to really figure things out. And then it says, "Wait, never mind, this is awesome."
Jesus Christ.
I got so excited right now.
Indeed.
He's like, I can tinker on this guy's mind.
Dude, the more he talks, the more funny it is.
I know, I love it.
I'm gonna be honest.
All right. So Ashtorium said that he said
Russian.
indeed. And then we got Silas, you as you've approached, you've kind of seen the party members sort of like respond and react to their moments, right? And then obviously Ro was just talking out loud to a voice that didn't seem to be speaking, and then Ashtorium was talking out loud to a voice that did speak out loud that was not his. So there's clearly something going on here. What's your reaction to all of this?
Oh yeah, and you saw Everestus get dazed and confused.
I mean, all their wounds are definitely healed, including Ashtorium's. He's never been better.
He
The
feels
elf
like he
did
could punch
tell
a million
Silas
eyes.
that the eye has a name and it will be a guide.
Yeah, he's like, it'll be a great guide for you.
I don't know if this is metagaming or not, so I don't know if Silas will know this, but would he get the impression that this creature is healing them using the souls of creatures used to create it?
Would he get that impression?
Dude, if that's the case, and I got the one schizo soul, that's really funny.
Who said that was
You've
the
got
only
another
schizo?
I'm pretty sure that is the
Everyone
case.
gets a type.
All right,
That's right.
so I mean, what Silas can do if he's like uncertain about the situation is he could like maybe try to be inquisitive towards the rest of his party and see like what they're experiencing. But he's already kind of seen it, and like Ro did say another voice joins the cacophony, talking about his own head apparently. So like apropos of nothing, right? So
That's the reaction.
I mean,
Well, I mean, he already has a bunch of voices in his head, so it's just another one. You know?
He was voice head for like before he even made his characters.
Voice head is just his life.
Do I technically have multiple voices in my head because he's schizo?
Well, you have multiple voices but one speaker, so you know it's just a really good voice actor.
Yeah,
I see.
So yeah, I don't think that Silas you'd be able to determine that just from knowing, and I don't even know if you'd be able to determine that with a roll. Like, it's not 100% like an obvious thing. I don't think.
yeah, that's very fair. But on the other hand, I feel like any sane person hearing other people suddenly have voices in their head
Yep.
would be like, I don't know about this.
Right. And
Your God literally said, "Just go and get on the path. It'll come back to me anyway, bro. Just be a good person."
Yeah, but what if that's like a trap?
Yeah, exactly, dude.
What if my God is lying to me?
He might not worship that God anymore, bro.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
Constitution.
glance towards Derek's, try to make eye contact with him, and I will cast a message, and I will say, I don't trust this. You and I are alike in that we get our strength from our faith. Everything about this makes my skin crawl.
Derek's scales feel itchy, like there's something underneath them.
Dude, I wonder what happened the first time Darks heard the term skin crawl. He must have been really shocked.
They can do that?
well, there is like flesh underneath the scales, but yeah. You'd probably be like, what do you mean?
Is that why you don't have
Someone said
scales
that.
so you can crawl with your skin? That's gross.
Very strange people. When he was like 9.
Yeah.
Dude, this is not where I was expecting this to go. This is sick.
In
In multiple ways.
Derek's will ask a question after Silas does his thing.
Yeah, are you asking it to Silas, or what are you doing?
No, I'm gonna ask the question to the beast.
Oh, okay. Did you want to respond to what Silas said?
You
just physically did it?
Yeah, I'll just look at him, nod my head, and yeah, I completely agree with him. Absolutely. I have like the world's most ugly reptilian grimace on my face.
Yep.
I am torn between just losing it and just trying to beat the thing to death, or like running away. Like, oh, this is not what I wanted.
You look visibly distressed.
Oh yeah, I am very distressed right now.
Dude,
Marath will straighten up and open his eyes, revealing that the orange in them has intensified, but also shifting runes have appeared that if Arax cares to notice are noticeably draconic in the whites, and they're just sort of moving around within the whites of his eyes as he sort of steadies himself and then says aloud, "My soul remains my own, young blood. However, as the others may have tipped you off, there is a new guest within my mind. Likely a poor creature that was bound within the abomination and will now have an opportunity to be free. I do not think the Starfather would disapprove of untangling this lot."
You don't know who that is.
Yes, I do. We worship the same God.
No, you don't. No, I've already explained this before. Nobody knows who that is.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I have explained
Okay,
it.
not the
You have
Starfather.
no idea who that is. So you would say,
you'd say like
I will say the Drake.
Yeah,
you would say
the Great Drakes, right? Something like that.
Yeah. You'd say the final.
The Drakes would not disapprove of untangling this mess.
Derek's gonna look even more confused when it is affirmed that there's a headmate now within Marath. This just gets worse and worse by the second for Derek.
Bro looks actually very happy.
We just told you heard Ro was talking to the dead, so I don't know what you've been primed.
Dude,
you've been primed.
What did my voice mean by that? He said he had a lot to read. That felt kind of like that was a little like it felt a little backhanded. Like I think I got the sassy one, bro. A little bit of sassy.
You got the sassy one. I just got told there's nothing in my head.
No, it was the opposite. It was that there's not much room. There's too much in your head.
Yeah.
Plus, you got a woman, so it's automatically more sassy, right? Yeah.
No, dude. I just got told that it has to read, and it's the fuck out of here.
Hell yeah.
Now,
That's
before I
Prime
say this
says.
next line, I get the feeling that the one in my head is one of my kind.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Narath will then say, "Do not be afraid. It will just be like talking to one of your own, because it is. Set them free. Is the right thing to do."
Oh
Yet
shit.
when Derek's was told to set people free, he didn't intend to have a headmate. You know that wasn't in the cards.
I'm trying to
Roll that
persuade you.
persuasion
No, I know,
to calm
I
you
know what you're
down.
doing. It's just like I'm explaining. I'm
I am
explaining
trying
that
to calm you.
it's not, it's working, but it's also not at the same time. So,
Okay, let's say that you believe that my words are true. That it's not the beast puppeting me at the very least.
yes, that would probably be true. Derek's is going to recite the prayer for patience, quietly under his breath.
Mhm.
And then after he finishes saying this prayer, he's going to force himself to look at that eye,
Yes.
and he's going to say quietly, at least for Derek, say his name.
Walter White.
Eric's, we need to cook.
So wait, you're asking for
I'm asking the beast to say his name.
the name of the
Ghost.
spirit that's
In
going to
it-
go into you? Is that what you're doing?
No, that to say the name of the Starfather.
In
Because
response, yes.
evil things can't say it.
In response to this, the to your words, the golden eye that is gazing upon you with quite the intensity seems to almost like surge forward reflexively, as if like the movement is brimming with importance, like it needs it demands an audience with you or something like that. Like it has something of import to say to you. But there's no reaction from the creature proper. It's just whatever is within that eye seems to be like much more desperate now, or intrigued or interested within you.
You know of whom I speak?
The voice from Javoin's lips says, "Indeed. Kenakon wishes to talk to you." And that is the name of let's just say a rather respected, revered warrior of the White Draconin.
That I would know, like a saintly warrior.
Somebody from like probably 100+ years ago or something by now. Yeah.
Okay. My eyes are gonna widen at that, and he's gonna shift back and forth on his feet. It's like, can he speak to me now?
There's like there's not much of a reaction here, but you'll notice that the eye is like not just wide, but it's like kind of fluctuating between wide and narrow, as if really trying to focus on you, piercing with a piercing gaze.
It Derek's is even made very uncomfortable with the fact that it's not saying it's not saying the name. Why can't you say it?
I suppress these warriors. Their full power is not mine to unleash. And I am being told to not utter the name aloud for those who are not confirmed to be his aid.
He's going to let out the longest breath through his snout he's ever let out. He's going to clutch his necklace with a death grip. And then he's going to ask the Starfather to forgive him if this is the wrong thing to do. And he will press his hand to the eye.
Wow, I can't believe he wasn't the last one to do it. Silas, you watch in some some shock, some surprise, I'm guessing, as Darix does the unthinkable first, and that eye stalk glistens with vigor, just waiting to dive forward and surge forward to the accepting grasp of you, Darix. And as it wraps around you, that serene feeling of your limited wounds being knit, indeed that is felt as the impact struck from the creature's magic has been counteracted by this heavenly and just powerful form and presence that seems to evoke itself within you. There's a sense of radiance, of purity, and of determination that sort of emerges from your consciousness now. And you feel, for lack of a better term, far more connected with your original purpose now that you have set this grand warrior free. And that grand warrior speaks to you as your power wells up and your faith is availed. Kenakon says that, well, first he utters the name that I will not actually say out loud, but is, of course, the name you were looking for, Darix. And then he says, "He will smile upon this land. We shall see to it."
Immediately, just hearing the name, immediately every worry and anxiety, all the anger he's felt up to this point, which was an immense amount of wrath, it just evaporates like vapor. And he smiles. He generally just has this big, goofy, silly, toothy grin on his face. And he steps back. And he's just like, he trusts. He trusts. Not only did his new headmate say the name, right? Like, it is one of his. And that it fills him with tremendous joy. Happy Darix.
There you go, happy Darix. See that, Silas? Even Darix is happy.
He's P.
Very
Narath
surprised.
will
Oh,
look
shit,
to
he's
Silas with a
He's P.
with
He's
a
P.
look of-
He's not back yet.
Oh, he's
I'm
P.
here. I'm here.
Oh, okay, he's back.
Okay.
He's not P.
Oh.
Fine.
So you just saw
Recap.
Darax go from very afraid and worried and pissed off to, oh, hallelujah.
Yeah, exactly.
wasn't
Yeah.
bad after all.
I was
So
listening.
Narath,
Okay, he heard it
The
all.
Narath
He was
will-
just P.
Narath will
All right.
turn with a look of sort of see to Silas and say, "Your God will not damn you for this. Go ahead."
This seems to be a most unusual boon, but if I must accept it. And as Silas looks towards the eye, the blue eye, and he reaches out his hand, he will still imagine in his mind that infinite expanse of space and light, and keep that image as he accepts the gift.
All right, Silas. It's not long before your weary and battered form feels the important, imperative regeneration as your wounds are knitted and your magic is restored. Your fonts of power refilling, your faith rewarded despite its very trying exterior. The strangest boon of all. There's a presence that lingers after this magical infusion, which grants you these extra powers, this potency of granting you that deeper connection with Savras, with the weave, as it were. And that presence that lingers seems cordial, perhaps familiar, not in the sense that you've met that presence before, but many like him. And he speaks quietly, so as to not, in an attempt to not shock you, though shock you he still may, and says psychically, within your mind alone, I see you too are a man of holiness.
I will cast message, and in return I will say, my faith, my mission to stop the magic which creates abominations such as you is my strength.
The the man within your mind will sort of give a chuckle, and he'll say, Aye, that thing that I came from was quite the abomination. But you have severed the knot between the two of us. And now, I am abominable no longer. My name is James, and though we worship different gods, I still recognize the power of faith and the sacrifice that it takes to sustain it.
Indeed, it is a great sacrifice, but also the greatest reward.
As you say that, Silas, the creature before all of you warbles and sort of pulsates as it begins to reduce its stature, as if crouching or slouching back down into the box it called its tomb. It seems at least partially diminished from the position that it had held up until this point, perhaps drained of some of its vitality and power, having given it all to you. Well, not all of it, but certainly some of it. And Javoine speaks for the creature nonetheless and says, Now that you are all situated, I recommend the search and seizure of Javai. I know not if he is the true agent, but I would watch him like a hawk.
Darius is going to speak and ask the creature.
Hey,
Good.
boy.
Hey, nice.
Yo.
When I entered this place,
in here.
when I entered this place, I felt something beautiful and good being tortured, manipulated. Do you know of this? Of what I seek?
There's a stirring within your mind as the strong voice of Kennicon rings out within you and says, Speak not of specifics. There are those among you who would endanger it.
Ooh.
But Javoine does respond, and he says, You'll find what you seek. The paths to it are many and varied. Yet, they all culminate in the retribution of many spirits, such as myself.
I will see to it is done and release you of this prison, so that you may be sentenced to judgment, wherever that may be.
With that, the creature simply says, "Are there other questions?"
Evaristus, for the first time speaking aloud in a very long time, at least what it feels like to him, will pipe up and say, "What is my friend's name?"
There's another warbling chuckle from Javoin's lips as the creature responds, "I see you were sentenced to carry Slinter. That will be entertaining."
Literally bodied by the giant tentacle bulb.
Evaristus, hearing these words, will, with a heavy sigh, and like one of those like shallow ones, like he's kind of like not like the acceptance. Yeah, he's just had enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a huff.
Yeah, he'll heavy huff and say, "Okay, and what kind of creature was this when it was corporeal?"
Uh-oh. You're about to dox yourself, buddy.
Yeah, everyone else has gotten one that's exactly.
Yeah, but he hasn't made that connection yet.
That's right.
Also, Astorium got a fucking dwarf, so.
Yeah, that is true. Well, he wasn't going to get a Warforged soul in his head.
You don't know
I think I know why. I think that has some serious implications for the lore.
Yeah. But you don't know that.
I don't know. I'll ask for a roll later in my own time.
All right. Javoin will be once again sort of used as puppeted as a speech device and say, "Slinter, well, his soul was not done kindly by the fates. At once, he was an elf, and then he was an orc. His identities are many, but he means well, truly."
Derek's is going to look extremely puzzled about how that's even possible. Like,
he was an elf, and then he became an orc, and then he became a dwarf.
Is it reasonable, even within this state, that I put the pieces together? Would you argue?
Like,
that's the only thing you can think of as an explanation for what that means. So,
all right, yeah, just from based off my own personal experience.
It doesn't explain the voice, but that's the only thing that you can think of.
Derek thinks about asking, but decides that
I suppose it would be it would be performative. With a shake of his head, he looks rather puzzled. He will simply respond with, "Yes, he talks like anything I've ever heard of, all at once. I also think he has a little bit of..." Would sass be a common word?
Attitude, you could say.
Attitude, yeah.
He also seems to have a bit of an attitude. He seems to be reading right now. Slintar it is then.
Slinter does enjoy a good read, and I'm sure your memories will be adequate for his taste.
Actually, Derek does say something, because in his head, he's looking around at everyone, and he's thinking, can they all do that? Can they all do that on this continent? Become something else entirely? and you know, so-
Wait, I missed it. Did he confess to being a fucking?
No.
no. Of course, but Dark's all he heard is a thing became another thing, and he's very
Yeah.
new here, so he's like,
Elf became a orc.
Yeah.
Became a something else.
so he's gonna look at Evaristus, and he's gonna ask, is that a trait of Smoothskins?
Evaristus, with a stutter, is going to say, you know, young Darix, I suppose it's time I shed some light to everyone what is going on. You see, something I've already told Silas, of course. I'm actually a human under the guise of illusion magic. That is the only form of which I would know of any kind of changing of the body. So I truly do not know what Slintar could possibly be.
Darix is gonna sniff. He's like,
Oh shit!
oh,
You better roll you better roll persuasion, homie.
No, it'd be deception,
You-
right?
Oh yeah,
Not trying to
yeah. Deception.
Oh my god, Silas always got the.
Oh,
You're so
shit.
close. So
I'm
close.
proud of
believes you.
So close.
See, but so now Silas thinks I'm an elf that can disguise himself as a human.
We're gonna say that Narath, because he only narrowly beat that because he met the check. Narath is gonna know that something is up with Evaristus, and he's not telling the whole truth. But he doesn't know any specifics. But I think it's fair to say that Silas, with his absolutely impeccable roll, is gonna know that not only is Evaristus lying about the fact that he's a human masquerading as an elf, but he is also going to know that Evaristus was lying when he said that that's the only way he would know about changing one's form and identity. I think that's fair to say, considering how fucking good his check was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I speak to Kinnacon?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Kinnacon, like, obviously only in my head. Have you heard of Smoothskins with such capability?
no.
Oh shit! Oh,
It wasn't supposed
I
to
have
be
someone
like
wise in my head. Fuck you.
I wonder what this natural 20 means.
It means he doesn't know. That's the gods leading him down the wrong path.
God, actually.
You are now a smooth skin with this ability.
Darix, you change into a changeling.
This is what the Starfather wants. All right. Okay, Darix. Kinnacon responds with a simple yes. And then seemingly regards Evaristus from behind your eyes.
Well, that will be enough. He's like, okay, he will not inquire further because it's been weird enough. Okay, there's been enough. In one day, he's decided. You know what? We're gonna break this down. We're gonna ask questions later.
That's right.
As soon as you said
before the session.
Yeah. As soon as you said yes, my cat immediately started trying to eat my mouse wire and just started like thrashing it. And I was like, what the fuck?
That was the code word.
Yeah, this fucking sleeper agent.
Thank you, base Kinnacon.
Fuck.
I love my headmate.
Okay, Ro, are you up to anything after all this has been handed?
Yeah, what does Ro think of me not being me?
Yeah.
Possibly.
I don't think Ro actually gives a shit.
Well, he actually didn't. He didn't even roll an insight check. So
yeah, that's why. That's how little he cares. He doesn't even care to find out. He's like, yeah, whatever.
Ro is just like, you know what? I want to go fucking kill these things.
That's right.
I'm primed and ready. I have a headmate who wants to eat something.
Yeah.
The time has come.
I'd actually be willing to say that if Ro starts to like push forward to leave, I think Everistus, unless anyone talks to him, just trying to get out of the situation, would
Yeah, and in
probably
fact,
follow you.
I think Ro is gonna say, "I think that has been enough. I am ready to hunt." And then he just starts walking.
Hell yeah.
Hearing this, Everistus is going to say, yes, I love a hunt. Immediately start walking.
Okay. And so as is Ashtorium going to be doing anything or saying anything or thinking anything?
Ashtorium's a dwarf, dude.
Ashtorium will under the ramifications of having a Scottish man in it.
That's a pretty big problem.
I like
your internal mind will be like you're going to envision as you ponder that like a workshop with a bunch of papers strewn all over the place, all these parchments and stuff, and there's this one dwarf slowly picking each piece up and looking at it and just going, wow, and then looking at another one and going, oh wow, and then he just keeps like he's looking at everything, he's like real curious,
Dude, if Everistus knew what Ashtorium was going through, he would be okay with having a schizo in his head. He kind of already is, but probably the least weird thing happening in his head.
That Ashtorium now has more of a personality who might be able to direct him, right? His headmate might be able to direct him to have thoughts of his own. Who knows?
Those are the thoughts.
An internal monologue.
Schizophrenia will make him better.
It's kind of an external monologue, to be fair. You got to deactivate your speakers and plug in some headphones.
The funniest part of that is Everistus trying to get Ashtorium to have its own directives, and he just hasn't because it's not part of his programming. But now he has another program.
Yeah. So you're still just kind of sitting in silence, or are you responding to the fact that Everistus is starting to walk away?
Watching everybody.
Okay. Okay, so as you examine everybody, the voice will pop up again, and it'll be quieter this time, but still, clearly volume control has not yet been established. As the dwarf voice says, "What are we hunting?"
I think we have to kill some elves. He says out loud.
Just hear him say, "Fuck yeah!"
Okay, is this a good time to take a short break? I need to take my dog out.
Yeah, I was thinking we were going to do a quick break to use the bathroom and stuff because I'm out of water.
I can't believe nobody said anything to Everistus outside of Dyrus.
Well, Silas is probably going to say something since he had the big check, but sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he just chills. And Narath is probably also going to say something. But I'll just mention that the dwarf in Ashtorium's head will say, "I love killing elves."
Yes.
Everistus is going to try and fake being anxious about this. Yeah, to continue to try and
sell the bit. Yeah, I see. All right,
around elves, watch yourselves.
All right, so Silas, were you going to do something?
I was just going to quickly ask, do we also regain spell slots as part of the level up?
Yep, everything gets replenished.
Oh, how do we replenish those?
I can do it for you, I believe. Yeah, so you just click, usually. Do you see how if you go to your spell slots, Darix, you could just left click on the spell slot to the right, and it should refill it. If it doesn't, let me know and I can do it.
Spell slot to the right?
Yeah, the one closer to the zap icon on your character sheet.
Dude, I can't believe Darix got a 20 and all that he got told
I'm sorry, where is the zap icon? I must be blind as a bat.
So in your character sheet, you go to your spell book, which is the book icon.
I'm in my spells, okay.
And then there's right below that is the effects button, and it looks like a zap. So to the left of the zap is these two notches that look almost like shield icons. And if you click the one that's the right one, that will refill both of your spell slots.
I'm in the spell tab.
That's right, the book icon, right?
Yes, okay. Zap. I'm looking for a zap.
Yeah, it's right beneath the book icon. This is electric.
Oh,
It's on the
okay.
same plane, yeah. So
Yeah.
spell icon, spell tab,
the
but on the
effects
same
tab.
line of no. You should be on the spell tab. He's saying on the same horizontal line as the effects tab is what you're looking for in the spell icon in the spell tab.
I must be in the wrong place because I I just see bless and cure wounds.
I'm posting a very clarifying picture of the spell
Thank you.
tabs
I
in
don't
Discord.
know why. Apparently, I'm just stupid. Wow, that's
not very helpful, buddy.
Yep. I have the same.
That's
my spell book. Yep.
Came up for me.
Okay, yeah, I'm in the spell book, but I don't see a zap. I don't have a.
My Pronogo actually just posted it. He's not trolling.
Yeah, the screenshot I posted.
I'm there.
You don't see those icons?
No,
Okay, that's just for me to do then. Okay, I did it for you.
Okay.
I didn't know that I had to do that. For you.
Also, like lay on hands, that needs to be higher. I don't know how to refill that.
Hey,
oh, there we go. Nope.
Derek, do you have the edit turned on? In the top left?
Honestly, if you just go top right, there's a tent icon that's supposed to be a long rest. I think if you just click that and click rest.
Yeah, true. You could do that. We could proc it as a.
Something happened.
Did it?
I'm in my features tab, and now like it says now I have 0 lay on hands. That says at classes.paladin.levels. I don't know what's going on. I just
so move up to the very top, right? Next to your level on the left.
Long rest.
Yeah, just click that.
Okay, that fixed it. That was way easier than whatever the hell I was doing.
Yeah, we didn't really go for a long rest, but we had the same effects, so it's all good. It restores your health.
Okay, I took a nap, and the rest of y'all did not.
Classic.
I did too. I just deleted it.
Got him.
Holy shit! Silas has a last name.
Yeah, he has revealed it.
I don't even know what his last name is.
Kyrion.
Oh, Kyrion, yeah.
All right, lads.
My last name. Yeah, it only shows your first name shows up in chat, but in abilities or whatever, your full name shows up.
I could have sworn I said the last name at some point.
Maybe to the
Anyway, we're all 6 kids, though. That's pretty cool, you know?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna go pee.
Now you all know what it's like to be Ro.
Just imagine way more voices, you know?
Yeah, no,
right.
Derek's does not. He's like, if it had been anybody else, you know, he would have had a bad time, but it's like, here, have the saintly warrior from your people. It's like, okay, cool.
I mean, the implications are that means that his body or soul was possessed and stuffed in this spot, so I don't know.
Yeah, and
there's some. I mean, like it makes sense for his current like feeling to be like, oh yeah, determination and epic. But as he ponders it, he'll realize, damn, you were part of that thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, yeah, yep. All the more reason to finish this job and then set that thing free or whatever.
Alrighty, so
let my people go.
It's time to take a break. We'll be back, and when we do, it'll be time to see what you guys do with your level up and moving out.
Nice.
Ill.
Just imagine, guys, if we lost the first combat against Javai, we all would have been added to this thing.
Yeah, it's true.
He had some plans.
Good thing he died instantly. You know,
not much would change for Narath.
So no, that would probably have been more preferable to your boss. Actually, thinking about it, your boss would have been like, "Ah, delicious magic."
Oh God,
I don't think your boss is a good guy.
Your boss would have been like, "Yes, I will take control of the golem." Narath, you are now the golem's dominant mind. Animate forth.
Yeah, Neris is probably gonna die.
Wait, that means in both parties, I'd be a tentacle monster.
Dude, your boss is like my boss, but he wants magic instead of beer.
Basically.
Yeah. All right.
We'll
be back.
BRB, is that boys. The end goal? Do I have to assimilate? Oh no.
BRB.
There's got to be a clause against that.
Where the homies at?
I'm here with
Schizos.
That's right.
Schizo squad. Dude, this is hilarious because the idea for my next character was gonna be a fighter, like a dual wielding fighter that fucking is like I wouldn't really be schizo. It would be like I don't know what the term for it is. Some kind of like identity disorder. So like he switches at like time like if he almost dies or like there's certain things that'll make him like switch identities. So each of them will have like different play styles and different like personalities and whatnot. I think that'd be really funny.
Dude, the rest of the party is gonna be like, what the fuck?
Like you can imagine like yeah, I know. You can imagine like there's one personality that's like barbarian mode or he just like tries to fucking kill everything that's near him. And like one personality is like I don't know. It could get interesting, I feel like.
Oh yeah.
Are we collecting spirits like Pokemon?
That's right. Rose quite a ways ahead of everyone else on that front.
I mean, if you count my patron as a spirit.
Yeah, then you have 2. I have way more than 2.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
How many voices do you have though? Because I technically at this point in time I have an undefined amount of voices, so I think I've beaten you guys out. I think the serial killer is the craziest one here.
I have the voices of the ghosts of my past that aren't actually the ghosts. If you get what I'm saying. I have actual schizophrenia.
Yeah, but actual schizophrenia is lame.
Yeah, it's not magical enough.
Yeah. Need an eldritch being to physically change the.
Are we back or are we still waiting on some folks?
I think we're still waiting.
I'm gonna grab another bag of eats.
I'm here.
Dude, I should have added to the lie, to the deception by changing into Nick.
Yes, you should have. Well, I think Ro probably wouldn't have stomped out of the room in that case, though. He probably would have been like, wait, what?
Well, that, but also, it definitely wouldn't have looked like illusion magic, so... Anyone who has any kind of understanding of illusion magic would have been like, what the
Silas
fuck?
would have been like, bro?
Bro?
What did you just do? How did you do that? There's something wrong with you.
It's all part of the illusion, dude. I add a little extra flair. It's my attitude.
That's the best illusion magic he's ever seen. Because it wasn't even magic.
Well, that's the illusion. That illusion magic didn't even look like illusion magic. That's the illusion.
That's I don't know if he's gonna buy that.
No.
Especially with the 23.
Definitely not now. Yeah. definitely
I think the less you
now.
engage with Silas right now, the better.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, dude, we're cooked.
Hey, at least Silas wouldn't inherently hate you because he just hates evil magic. But you're not even magical.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a gray area at this point. Silas was like, "What the fuck, man? I'm about to like accept like a drug deal from someone in the back room of a mansion," and his god was like, whatever, man. You have good intentions."
Yeah, for real. Actually, Silas isn't even any better than I am, and I'm a serial killer now. This guy's a drug user.
There you go.
This guy's committed felonies.
Bro just wants to test out his now double HP pool.
Dude, I can't believe I get magically inhabited and powered by a fucking eldritch being, and I get cunning action.
Yep.
Like that's just kind of like that's just funny, really. Like obviously, like that's just how the level up works. But it's just like the idea of like this fucking eldritch beast just put a fucking soul in your head and gave you powers. You move a little faster.
Yeah.
Why do you think that's all you got?
Oh shit!
Whoa.
So I was low key hoping that if when I reached out to Severus, he would be like, "Oh yeah, you proved your loyalty, bro. Here, take your level up."
It would have been really funny if the fucking if the guy that he got was named Savras.
He's named after
And he-
the deity, you know.
And he just really threw Silas for a loop. He's like, "What?"
Yeah, it's Zavrus.
Yeah,
Like, you
yeah,
know, it's not Jesus, it's Jesus, right?
yeah.
Okay, I let everybody know the name of their companion, their mental companion.
Oh, nice.
Dude, the name of mine sounds more like a symbiote than the voice of Alexander's did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mine talks like a symbiote. And that's
Yeah, I know. Well, mine talks like a schizo, and all symbiotes are basically schizo.
That is true. I guess you got like the more of the carnage in your head rather than the venom.
I forgot there was a Carnage.
Yeah.
I guess so did Marvel.
He's in the second Venom movie.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen
He's
that.
the primary antagonist.
Well, MCU definitely forgot about him, but the comics.
The MCU doesn't have Venom, so
that's true. I meant like any Marvel movies definitely forgot about him.
Yeah. It's okay. You would like Carnage. He's a serial. He basically it's a symbiote.
Yeah, no, he's a symbiote attached to a serial killer. Yeah, I love Carnage. He's great. He's literally what I am currently. Like I just became Carnage.
That's right.
And Ro just became Venom. Like this
exactly.
is all that happened.
There you go. He is the lethal protector.
Yeah. The lethal eater.
That's right. Don't worry.
He likes his
I'll eat all the
chickens.
bad guys. Just let me rip out their brains real quick.
Derby.
There's a lot of characters now. Because we all have spirits in our heads.
We're still waiting on Lucy and Alexander.
I'm here.
It's just Alexander, but my brother did also just BRB, so he'll probably be back sooner because Alexander did let his dog out.
That's right. Who let the dogs out?
It's you because you're a Knoll and you got another Knoll. Who let the dog in?
That's right. That's right.
That
Who
moment
let
when your party keeps avoiding all the fights, so the DM gives you all each a personal mouthpiece.
Were you guys avoiding all the fight? I feel like you guys walked into a bunch of them.
We avoided the mirror fight.
Was that even a fight?
Yeah, that totally was a setup for a fight.
I don't know about that. I don't think that was going to be a fight.
There was something else that happened pretty recently. In the last session, there was a close call where you guys almost found something that would have been probably would have changed the course of the adventure, but still would have been interesting.
Oh God.
But then
you wouldn't have gotten our head friend?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So over.
I do think this is a very This is an entertaining way to level up, I think.
I like it. Ro approves.
That's right. Apparently, Blink also approved.
I didn't know I'd think that a giant flesh monster would be my favorite character. He's just like me, guys. For real, for real.
Yeah. He's hoping
Ro
for
just
an end to his
wants to take vengeance for
his
it.
suffering. Yeah, it'll be interesting what you guys end up doing with this thing.
Arath likes this thing more than his party members.
Aw, shit.
But now all of his party members are twice as complex and interesting.
That's true. In fact, Narath's probably going to ask his party members about who the fuck's in their heads. After he gives some warnings to the one in his head.
I returned.
There you go.
Guys.
Just waiting on my brother.
Schizomax.
Very good.
I'm back.
Oh, look at that.
I have chicken and dumplings and wine because this is Trump's America and I'm a free man. I can do whatever the hell I want. So chicken and dumplings and wine it is.
That is a strange combo, but you're right. This is Trump's America now.
Yes, right.
Free man. Free men.
Free man.
I guess you are a free man because you've got two. It's you and
that's free. That's right. I'm a free man.
You are a free man.
It's someone's America.
Oh, so
oh my god, you're twin spirits. Oh
yeah,
god,
yes, twinsies, twin spirited. I actually saw someone on Twitter with that in their bio handle, and I was like, I don't even know what that is. I just
I thought it was supposed to be a Native American thing, but I see a lot of white people claiming it, so I don't know.
I know twin spirited. What did it say? A twin spirited boy dyke, and I was like, oh, okay, all right.
That is a more confusing combination of words than when I talked about Ro being voice head once.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I've had enough already.
That's all right. That's a closed tab.
Yeah, that's immediately. It's like that's enough of the net for the day. I'm good.
So
I'll read my Bible instead.
I'm going to look those words up in my Bible.
That whole thing is in there.
It's weird. I don't see that in you. All right. So, Ro is already charged off towards the exit, and everybody seems to. Oh yeah, the wall is shut until Javoine gets back. But that's all right. Ro is too busy. He's too confident. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, it's like walking out.
Yeah, well, I mean, Derek's is pretty confident.
He's like, wait a minute.
That's right.
I didn't think this through.
Wait, that's right. There is a wall.
Dude, he just did the same thing. All right. So Darek seems dead set. Yeah, did Silas want to say something as Evaristus begins to walk towards the exit? With your insight check, knowing that Evaristus is not as they seem.
He is full of lies.
Many such cases.
That's okay. So is the entire manor.
More lies than you thought I was full of.
True.
You're a shitmonger.
Silas will look towards Evaristus and he will cast the message spell, thinking to him, "Tell me why I should not reveal your true nature."
Oh.
Can I get an insight check on that?
Let's see. So what are you exactly trying to be insightful?
So, obviously out of character, I know that he knows I am not telling the full truth, but so he would be looking to know if he knows that he is like, he would be looking to know if Jason, if Silas knows that Blink is lying, and then he would also be looking to know if Silas knows that Blink is a changeling, or if he just knows that Blink is lying.
Okay, so let's see.
Like, would he actually know Blink's true nature?
The true nature, okay. Silas, are you trying to bluff that you know all there is to know?
he obviously he doesn't know exactly what you are, but
yeah.
he has enough of a reason to have a hunch that you're not telling the whole truth about what exactly you're doing.
Right.
So he's trying to come at you from the perspective of I know something, but I'm not going to make it easy for you to guess what I know.
Yeah. So, do you want to then roll a I guess a deception check in this case, and we'll compare that to the insight? And that will just determine how much he can see, Blink or Everestus can see through the...
Oh, it could have been a natural 20.
Damn. Oh, they could have been? Why did you...
I just wish it was.
Oh. What a I thought it was like, wait, what? Did you missed the natural 20 button? What do you mean? All right.
Oh, my fingers slip.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, can we just make it a natural 20?
Yeah. All right.
Damn misclicks.
You get the vague sense that Silas very well could be bluffing, but he definitely knows more about you than you would like. That's what you get from that. And, he is the kind of person who would probably say something. So.
The truth will out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How do I respond to this? All right. Everestus will respond mentally, saying, I am sure one day the truth will come out. And I am also sure that you do not know the full truth. And then he'll leave it at that, assuming Splinter doesn't ruin his life.
Splinter just starts yelling. Ah!
He's a fucking changeling!
Holy shit! I just read this man's a changeling.
Yeah, you just hear this voice from inside your head. That's many other voices, and he just goes, "Have you told him that you are a human sometimes?"
I don't know why that sounded like a fucking not a Looney Tune.
Is Ro already gone?
He's walked towards. Yeah,
I'm standing at the wall
down the
because I
hall.
can't.
He's waiting for you guys to come.
He's
Yeah.
too prideful at this point. Yeah,
I'm away here.
I will wait here until you bring the door key.
All right. Silas will message you one more time, and he'll say,
"Enjoy that."
It would be foolish of me to discard your aid at this time, considering the situation we face ourselves with. I will want more answers later, but I'll leave it be for now.
With a mental response, Everestus will say, and for that very nice, I don't know what the word be, for the very kind favor, I'm sure I will be able to give you more answers when we are out of this manor. That I can, well, not promise, but offer.
Derek's, it's quiet here, right?
Yeah, everybody's just kind of sitting there doing nothing.
And so he's really antsy, so he's just grabs a hold of Javoine. He's like, let's go. There's no reason to stand around anymore. What are you guys doing?
Uh-huh.
Narath will say, go ahead. I must speak with Silas for but a moment.
Haven't we done enough speaking?
I have one
actually.
Hearing Darik say, haven't we done enough speaking? Everestus will nod very hard and gesture to help him move Javoine towards the door.
Bring the elf. I tire of waiting.
I have one last question for the beast. And then Silas will look towards it, and he will ask, if we bring the elf with us, will you be able to communicate with us and provide guidance through his senses?
The body of Javoine continues to sort of levitate, but it gives up the levitation as Darix reaches to grab it. And the creature responds, "Soon he will wake and have no knowledge of my possession. But if you bring him back to me, I can speak with you again. There is little purpose in worrying of that, for within your minds lie those who I am connected to, and they can forward my thoughts if need be."
When he wakes, what will we do?
Thank you. That's what I was going to say.
Well, that's for you guys to discuss. Are you asking him?
Yeah, yeah, like there's basically he's kind of getting is he Javoine evil?
Yeah.
He had said previously that Javoine wasn't one of the masters that
Right,
he
that's
was
why I'm
looking for
asking,
retribution. Yeah. So he'll say, "The elf will probably be of use as you explore the manor and search for Javai. But I would keep him on a short leash."
Do not worry, that will be seen to.
Can we use any body?
To return to me?
Speak with you, Silas?
Yes.
Only one of the masters or their bloodline.
So killing him really is off the table. Shame.
Narath will pipe up and say, I don't know why I'm having trouble with the voice. Earlier. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Earlier, one of the guards metamorphosized, transformed into an abomination. What do you know of this? You reverted back once we slew it.
Temporary possession. If Javai has that power already, he will be formidable.
Are there souls beyond saving?
The creature will pause to think of this for a moment, and then when he does respond through the lips of Javoine, he says, "It would seem incredibly unlikely that salvation can come from them in any way other than a conflagration."
More burning. Narath loves that.
Yeah, it's true. He does.
I'm sorry, what did he say about burning?
Conflagration.
Yeah, there's only a way to save them.
Well, we're saving people?
Well,
burning
we
them.
didn't kill 2 of them. If you recall.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, we killed them, but they're not actually dead. Apparently,
he's also talking about the bodies of like the guard and the guard captain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Narath was asking, "Are there souls beyond saving?" And he was referring to the guards, and so whether because one of them turned into that fiery horror.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, I say we can. Let's get this show on the road.
I would assume we'd kill the masters and then
start carrying this fucking Javoine out of here.
All right. With that said,
Everestus will turn and nod to Darix to start moving.
Narath will say, "I have no more questions. Take the elf. Let me speak with Silas."
All right. So the elf is going to be dragged towards the door by Darix.
And me.
And you, actually.
While they speak, Derek's is going to have a little conversation with Kanakon. Kanakon?
Kanakon, yeah.
Ashtorium, get the
yeah.
hell out of here.
What does Astorium do? Does Astorium get the hell out of here?
Your master's that way, automaton.
Yeah.
Why is
Bro
Kanakon?
was banging his head off the door. He really wants to go.
Narath will turn the sides and say, I'm sure you have felt the surge of power as I have. I have gained new abilities as a result. I can comprehend all writing with my new eyes. Give me the notes that you had of the one of we took of the mirror and of the manifest, so that I may review them.
Indeed. Somehow or another, it seems that this creature's boon has strengthened my connection with Sabras. I am highly skeptical of it, but I shall accept it for now. Then I'll reach into my one of my belts and I'll pull out the letters and hand them to you.
All right. The first one Narath will read will be the note on the mirror note that was copied.
Okay. You're actively reading them now, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not out loud, just reading it with my magic eyes that let me read all language.
Okay.
All of it.
There is what you can read initially is actually the recipe for or the ritual for a shielding spell that is meant to prevent the true contents of the note from being read, which you recognize as something that you could dismantle with preparation, say like as a downtime action overnight or something. But it's too complex to be done with quickness and haste.
All right. And then the manifest is still just the manifest, right? Is that this thing's in there?
Yeah, it was talking about how the delivery for it was like 5 platinum pieces or whatever, so it was like really expensive to get it ordered in here.
Now this crate is really, really big.
That's right.
How the hell did they get it through that narrow hallway?
Must have turned them on its side.
Does it look like a crate that could do that?
Yeah, I mean the passageway is like you can sense that it's plausible, but also it seems like it would be really difficult, and there's no like scrape marks or scuff marks on the floor. So it does kind of beggar belief. It's like barely plausible in your head.
Narath notes that he needs to check the walls for secret passages.
Narath
when he
notes that
returns
he
here.
needs to leave the room.
Yes, Narath is going to leave the room.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Narath will frown once he reads the note and says, I will have to work on this more. It seems my new powers only allow me to peer into the literal meaning. I will have to spend time unenchanting the true message to not see just the spell itself.
All right, with that,
And he will motion for the door and say, since there is no sensitive information, I guess this was pretty pointless. And then move on.
It's at least better to know that there was nothing to be gained than to wonder what the meaning was.
Indeed. And then they will venture to catch up with everybody.
all right. Silas, you also coming with, or you got some more interrogating? Oh no, it looks like you're on their way.
Yep. I was reading spell. Sorry.
No worries. So, Ro is the one in the front, and Darix, do you pass the unconscious body of Javoin to Ro so that he can use it on the door? Alrighty. As Ro, as you're able to pretty easily position the body of Javoin on top of the where the door is, thus providing it its opening. So
nice.
As you do so, and the light starts to shimmer through, there's an unmistakable sight towards the far side of the room. As you see the similar visage and sight of the monstrosity that had emerged from the body of Delena O'Ara. That same heavily armored hook horror lords over the room, regards you as the wall becomes visible, and immediately flicks one of its hook-like claws and vanishes.
That would have been way scarier if Everestus could have seen anything.
Yeah, because I was walking the whole path the whole time.
No,
there's also no light in there, so
yeah. So I can.
It's something only. It is something only Ro can see because nobody else had dark vision. So
right, guys, I saw that thing that came from that elf woman's body. It teleported away.
Derek is going to look to his left and right and notice that both of those bodies that he had laid down before descending downstairs, or I guess not downstairs, but into the hidden room, are gone. And yep,
that's not good.
Nope, it is not good.
There is a distinct lack of elf guards.
Everestus is going to retreat into his mind for a moment and ask for Slintar's attention. Assuming I get it.
Wait, what did you say now?
He's retreating into his mind, and he's going to say mentally, "Slintar, are you there?"
Okay, a voice will greet you, one of the many voices of Slintar, apparently, and say, "Yes. What is it you require?"
Where are we supposed to be going to handle this business with the masters and whatnot?
Oh, the master. Master Javai. It is said he also likes to read.
You know, Slintar, our attitudes are quite similar. I'm assuming you mean the study.
There's a simple, you get the sensation of watching somebody nod at you without there being a vocal response.
I see. All right. Everestus aloud now will say, I don't know about you, but my soul, not my soul, but my soul is, when he says it the second time, he's gesturing to the room they just came from, is telling us to go to the study, one of the rooms I passed the first time I was here. That is where we may find Javai.
Well, if you know the way, feel free to lead.
I sure do. And he will begin to move in that direction, hoping Astorium stays with him since he has a torch.
So you can see.
Astorium and Narath do have the torches. That's right. Okay, Silas, you've just heard that the creature that was defeated in Delena O'Ara's room is apparently still adrift in the manor. Oh, and is anybody taking the body of the elf, or are they leaving it there?
Oh, yeah, let's say that Derek will be the body taker person.
Okay, I'm gonna hide it for now, and
okay,
that way I know where it is. So that's fine.
We'll just
Darix is carrying
Darix
it. Yeah.
has it
As we walk, Narath will say to Ro, still doing what I typed, by the way, while he does that. It's just he's a good multitasker.
Okay.
He will say to Ro, what was I gonna say? Yes, the whole cursed lot likely has to be killed within the realm.
No, you mean the
I like that Silas's hawk keeps getting away from him.
Yeah, it's fluttering around,
go to
the
realm of the spirits to kill them.
It's kind of stretch his wings a little bit.
That's right.
And so if he sits on my shoulder too long, I might have to be like, "Ow, my shoulder."
True.
Shoulder? Alright, once they arrive, Everestus will say, yes, here is the study I had seen and was told about. I wonder if the door opens. And then he will try to open the door.
Well,
it opens and closes, it appears.
I only clicked it once, Chandler's just shambling.
Oh no, it's Javai.
Derek's will raise one big, thick, scaly eye ridge at the empty study. Your soul told you he'd be here.
There is a book open on the table, flung to one of the pages within, and there is a red stain on the chair, as if implying that a bloodied creature had sat there.
Can I read the book, or is it in Elvish?
Actually, the book is in Common.
Everestus aloud, once everyone sees the book and the bloodstain, will say, I'm willing to bet that my soul is not messing with me more than he is simply trying to lead us on a path. But I will confer with him one last time while you guys investigate this scene.
Derek's will read.
All right, so while Darix is getting ready to read, Ro, the voice of your latest addition to the cacophony, pipes up at the sight of blood and says, a blood trail. Perfect.
Do you think we can follow it?
Trust in your senses. Your nose is better than mine was.
Then I shall use it. So, then I assume I have to roll perception?
Sure. You have to also enter the room.
Oh, yeah. That'll...
All right, and okay, so you're going to go ahead and roll perception as Darix is reading the book. Darix, as you read the book, you are the things that you are seeing in this book are like. See, his nose really was better.
Yeah,
that's right.
The things you are reading in this book are just like awful, vile things. It's as if it's like a series of insults that are directed keenly towards each one of the party members. And the one about you says that you are a dunce. Darix the dunce.
Derek will actually laugh out loud, kind of heartily at this.
Wrath wants to read that book too.
Yeah. And, he's actually going to read. He's like, Derek's the dunce, he says out loud.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here. Let me. I'll write in your thread what everybody else says. So it's
all right, so I can read it out.
As soon as Darix says Darix is a dunce out loud, Everestus will kind of like be a little shook, and it'll be like, the book says that.
And then while still chuckling, because this whole thing is childish, it's silly to him, he will continue and say, Narath the nincompoop, Ro the wrong, Astorium the aimless, Silas the stupid, Everestus the changeling. I don't know that insult.
The book will immediately start to rumble and disappear into ash as you read the last of the invocations. And from the blood stain on the chair, there's a rumble. There's a liquid that seems to be bubbling up from heat or pressure. Ro, you sense that the source of that blood still lies within this study and is currently wiggling its way out of the door, passing through you like mist.
Uh-oh.
These people are vampires.
Can I
hit it with
I'm
your
gonna
axe?
I'm gonna great axe to the chair.
Hell yeah.
Just in case, man.
Roll
Yeah,
damage.
Yeah.
Evaristus is going to pull out his bow and with a shaky voice say, I don't know what a changeling is.
I'm
seems
waiting
to be
for the
rather
whole party to
insulting.
roll an insight check to see if that's true. Oh shit! Wait, you gave yourself advantage, and you're still bad.
Yeah. He gets
Because he's shaking in his voice, and this whole thing has been sketchy as fuck.
All right.
Well, he wouldn't have passed if he didn't get advantage.
Yeah.
All right, Derek's remains.
Yep.
Low in insight.
I was joking about that anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Dude, if anyone gets advantage, it should be Derek's because he has a fucking voice in his head telling him everything.
Yes. That's all his voice says. Yes.
Yes or no.
All right. Okay, so wait, how much damage? Oh, 11 damage. Yeah, that's a reasonable amount of damage. Bro, you've cleaved this chair in twain, and its pieces scatter across the room, and the blood seemingly vanished from the seat of the chair.
There is something in this room. Be wary.
I don't understand. Why is a book of insults a spell?
Well, I don't understand how the book knew our names.
Wait, so other than the book is gone, it burnt because it was the invocation was finished. Is there anything else physically happening? Like, can I see anything else happening, or is
no? Only Ro could sense that like there was a presence in here, and it was physically moving out of the room into the great hall.
Follow the hall. This way. Just tell us to go this way.
That's okay, guys, because there's a certain something that is about to manifest. And that something manifests first in Silas's periphery. Silas, you are the first to notice that the thing that Ro is sensing with his sense of smell is indeed this presence that you may have been familiar with. It seems that whatever Javai was once upon a time is now something horrible, twisted, and horrific. True to Ro's words, a similar creature, or the same creature, that once erupted from the form of Delena, manifests from the rug of the floor, and right before your very eyes unfurls its absolutely vicious-looking talons.
Oh, I killed Javai. It's gonna come to kill me too.
You keep killing elves, dude. It seems to pay special heed to Evaristus.
Protection from evil and good is still on me, right?
Evaristus from the North.
10 minutes yet?
No, it hasn't been 10 minutes yet. We'll say it's still going.
So I will tank, boys.
It would have been really funny if the book said Evaristus not from the North.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
That would have been funny.
Evaristus from the South.
I assume now we have all turned and seen the big bad thing.
Oh yes, I mean Silas could make a point to point it out, but I mean there's a distinct sound of it bubbling up from the floor.
As it takes its form and materializes, Silas will call out loudly so that the group can hear, but towards the creature. Say your last words, abomination. You will terrorize this place no more.
To your surprise, Silas, the creature does say its last words, which seem to be, "Rise!" And erupting around all of you are various forms of the fallen that seem to have risen once more.
You just had to tell him to speak.
Derek's has decided he doesn't like the undead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's understandable.
Everestus
Yeah.
has decided he does not like elves anymore.
he's decided to become a bigot. A bigger bigot.
We've all been bigots.
Yeah.
Actually, Everestus, it's not that he doesn't like elves. He just really doesn't like mansions anymore. He's not, he's not a fan of rich people.
I would like to never go into a mansion
He
ever.
would-
again.
Yeah,
would
exactly.
like-
I think all of our characters have a trauma. They're like, no, I don't want to go to the ball.
He's
No,
gonna
I'm
he's
good.
gonna leave messages for Ro saying "eat the rich," literally.
Please eat all of the rich.
That's right. Okay, so you've now...
Dude, Silas, I don't know what that thing next to you is. You're fucked, buddy. That looks terrifying.
Okay, let's go ahead and... Do I roll initiative for your hawk, by the way, or what? Does it just go with you?
I was going to ask you. I think usually it rolls its own initiative, but if you wanted to simplify things, I could just have it take its
There are
turn
some
on my
things
turn.
that will roll initiative that will just run off his initiative. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I think
that's
we're gonna
really
say
what-
that on your turn you can direct it as like a free action or whatever, so it does its thing there.
I'm
Cool.
so mid. Baby,
I'm
baby,
so
won't
16.
you be so mid.
All right, Silas, go ahead and click that big dice above your character's sigil there.
Why can I click his dice?
And you can't.
I can. I could have. It was spinning.
It probably
clicked
didn't
it,
do anything
You
if you
click it,
did
it
click
doesn't roll. I try to do that all the time.
Okay.
I got a 12.
He's like, I tried to troll people earlier too.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, up first
Ward?
is the
Fuck.
the big bad here, and so it's going to gesture to the.
I was just dead.
Wait, what did you say?
Nothing.
I refuse to believe this thing's only large and not like 20 feet wide.
What do you mean large? It's not large. It's medium. It's 9 feet tall.
Fuck that.
it,
That
as,
isn't for real.
it lords over the battlefield and looks upon all of you.
Imagine being taller than Ro.
Yeah, that's not allowed.
That's true. That isn't allowed.
Can I turn into that thing? Does it have legs?
Its legs, if it does have them, are hidden behind a thick carapace of metal and twisted bone, and it doesn't seem like you'd be able to tell if it has legs or not. So until you look underneath it, you're not going to be able to know if you can turn
Yeah,
into
you're
it.
gonna have to undress it first.
Yep. You gotta sweet talk it.
I think I'd rather die. I'd rather be friends with Splinter.
Yeah. All right, so the creature is going to immediately pivot in the direction of you, Everestus, as it blinks into a spot right beneath you.
What did I do?
It does so using magic and simply vanishes and reappears to be next to you. Then, with a absent-minded flick of its fingers, it drains energy towards from itself towards the horror behind it, and that horror seems to become energized, perhaps even hasted. Then it takes a swing at you.
It misses.
Ooh, how'd you know? Your quick reflexes allow you to dodge from this attack, but you are still quite in danger, and it seemingly regards you with silence, but, a knowing that your time on this earth is limited. Ashtorium, you are up, and Blink is up next.
Ashtorium will punch.
There you go.
Ashtorium
That's
abandons
enemy
his
punch.
master.
That hits. Roll damage.
Well, all these things need to die, so.
That's right.
And he will spend a key point to use Flurry of Blows. To do 2 more unarmed strikes.
Fuck yeah. That also hits. Okay.
His damage rolls are fucking nuts.
All right,
dude.
that's it. Right, hit it. All right.
It's
1,
11.
and then another, and then a third and final blow hit this creature, sending it immediately out of contention for the fight, though its form begins to undulate and postulate as if it's trying to reform itself. It will surely be defeated before long. All right, Everestus,
guys.
aka Blink, it's your turn.
So that's a disengage.
Okay. You've disengaged, and now you will no longer be an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
You still have an action.
I don't actually know where I'm going, but
There's not really anywhere to go.
make
The
a
enemies
good
kind
point.
of surround us.
Between all the giant people,
Yeah, that's probably the
let
best idea.
them be their shields. Be your shield.
I would suggest getting close to Darix, Nereth, and Ro. So at least if the thing comes in after you, you're not alone.
Oh, it's coming after me.
Oh, I know it is.
All right. So Blink, using his newfound speed, is going to use a bonus action to disengage, and he will move into the room, kind of surrounded by Darix, Ro, and this table. And then he will pull out his. I guess he still has his bow out. So then he will keep his bow out, and he will shoot an arrow at this fucking idiot right here.
All right, let's see that roll, sir.
Don't fail me now.
Ooh!
12.
Failed me now.
The creature narrowly blocks your attack with your arrow, sending it falling to the rug. But you get the sense that you know the creature's magic number now.
Everestus is going to give the creature a thumbs down while he ends his turn.
All right, Ro, you're on deck, but first, another one of the strange creatures here will step forward just a little bit towards you, Silas. It will warble and undulate, and it too is, when I say that it steps forward, it's a bit of a misnomer because it's more like slowly sludging forward, its body still hissing and sparking as it is sinking into the floor. And out from its outstretched hand, the faintly elven visage upon the creature contorts as it utters some unheard, indistinguishable sound that you, Silas, will recognize as a somatic and spoken verbal component of a spell. That spell, magic missiles aimed directly for you for 2 points of damage.
Only 2?
Was I supposed to roll for each
Why are
dart?
you asking for more damage?
It's not even possible to do 2 damage with that.
It says a dart deals 1d4 plus 1, and it rolled a 1.
Yeah, but it at first level it launches 3 darts.
Oh,
Bro,
why did it only make me roll once?
It's probably not implemented correctly.
It might be so you can target multiple characters. I don't know.
Oh my god, this guy.
Also, there's no attack roll. You just roll damage.
Yeah. Okay, well, in that case, he also peppers Narath.
He has to
Thanks,
make
dude.
disadvantage, whatever. if
There's no advantage, it's
undead.
just damage.
Yeah, the magic missile you don't roll for an attack,
Alright.
so you just take the damage.
Popped. But it was only 3, so you're fine.
That's 3.
That's 3. Okay, Ro,
That is
you are
3.
up. There's one of those creatures behind you, and many more on the outskirts of outside the door. And your recent spirit is absolutely chomping at the bit, hungering for flesh and blood.
Fendel, give me your bloodlust, and I shall see it sated. And so he rushes out here.
Okay.
Where are you going?
So you're gonna just abandon
my brother in Christ.
And he's
all
got a
these
great
guys
axe.
have disadvantage attacking me. I should be tanking.
Yeah, but you rolled mid on your initiative. All right, let's
Yeah,
see.
You
right.
don't have a taunt.
I can
shit.
get an attack of
You better bite that
opportunity.
motherfucker.
You can get an attack of opportunity range, and then they have to face me or take free damage.
I'm sure
Okay.
Darks likes me enough to attack this finish.
I'm gonna go for the bite then.
All right, your first attack deflected by the creature's formidable gait, but you go for the bite, empowered by the bloodlust of your newfound compatriot, and that is more than enough to roll the damage.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That's 5 points of piercing damage to the creature, and it staggers back as you chomp right on it, clearly not suspecting that angle of attack, thinking that it had gotten the better of you by deflecting your great axe.
Right. I think that's it for the turn.
Alrighty. Silas, you are up.
Okay. Silas, having received a paltry blow from the magic missile, will look almost kind of offended that it could not manage to do more damage. And in a moment of judgment, Silas will look between the three creatures surrounding him. Oops, and he will say, "Let a professional show you how it's done." And he will raise his free hand, the symbol of Savras on his glove, the eye opening, and in front of it, a incantation circle appearing in the air just in front, spinning with an eye of Savras in the middle. The people will glance between all three of the creatures before him, and then from within it, 3 magic missiles will emerge, one going towards each.
Hell yeah.
Remember the one by Ashtorium's just a goo pile, so
Yeah, that's going to finish it off, though. It's
Needs to
still
be
pretty
calm.
good. Who are you targeting with the first shot?
The first shot will be the one in front of Ashtorium,
Okay.
so that's 2 points of force damage.
Alrighty. That does the trick and finishes the beast off, rendering it immobile and defeated.
The one right next to Silas will take 2 points of force damage.
Surely you get max to balance it out. No way, you get 3 2s in a row.
Purely
that
balanced.
would be 3.
Perfectly balanced. Ooh, there it is.
And
Oh.
then
You
4
didn't add
points
the-
of damage to the farthest one.
You didn't add
No
the
way,
plus
he
one.
rolled-
It's plus
the-
1, so it's 5, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
No way I didn't apply.
All right,
That
that
is a plus 1?
that's 1d4 plus
Yeah.
1 for the damage roll.
Oh, yeah, okay. So then it's 3, and then 5.
No, because those other ones actually had the
The
plus
first 2
one added
applied
in.
it. I don't know why the
Oh, I
last
see.
Yeah.
It only let me do it for the spell twice, so I rolled the third one manually.
Yeah, it's silly. All right. The first one seems to almost be like absorbed without a thought by the strange creature near you, but the last shot is most explosive and definitely sends the creature reeling back in pain.
And with that, Silas will gesture the tip of the spear towards the remaining one, or else rather the farthest one, and the hawk on the shoulder will take off towards it and aim to sink its talons into its head.
Alrighty. You know how to roll that or throw that in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice, that
6.
hits. Roll the damage. I think you rolled attack again.
Right. I actually clicked damage, so that was kind of weird.
It's 1d6 plus 3 minus 3? What the fuck?
Yeah. A little confusing. Here, I'm just going to do this.
Yeah, if you just want to roll the 1d6.
Alright, 7 points of slashing damage.
Where does the plus 3 come in from?
The spellcasting ability modifier.
Oh, okay. Well, that is going to make the creature nearly like on death's door, as well. That's probably a good way to describe all of these beasts already. But this soon-to-be puddle of magical blood is barely holding itself together under the assaults of your magical familiar and your own power.
Alright, that'll be it for my turn.
Alrighty.
Silas and Ashtorium already destroying the enemy.
The first puddle of goop that you have seen so far, Ro, will dive straight for you. And it will fail to find its mark on you. Its magic glancing off of your hide. And you hear that snarl of power and victory already echoing from within your mind.
Fendel is pleased, I assume?
That's right. Narath, you're up, and Darix is up next.
Hey guys, please.
No, Narath's gonna go up.
All right, so Narath will turn the Darix and in a voice that's no longer as wizened and old as it once was, but instead with the voice of a master of many battles. He says, "Oh, it's not letting me use that."
What do you mean? Oh, okay. Do you probably have to refill the slots?
I'm out when I'm not.
Yeah.
Do I just press long rest? Or?
Yeah, I just did it for you.
Okay, thank you. So he'll say, in the voice of a man who's seen many battles, "Secure the rear, young blood. Deal with that accursed gore mage." And then he will stride forward. I will deal with the other. And once he reaches this point, he'll touch.
Which one are you targeting?
That one.
The one that's almost dead?
The one that's on death's door.
Okay. All right, that one is going to more than do the dirty work there and send it right to death's door as mentioned. It will also collapse in a puddle and await its sentencing at the rough end, the business end of any one of your attacks while it attempts to reconstitute itself.
Hands still glowing, a cold blue. Narath makes a show of holding it up as he strides into the center of the abominable throng, and says, "I will do that to every single one of you. I will return you back to the pits of hell." Trying to get their attention, and then we'll end his turn.
Bro's trying to taunt.
That's right. All right, Darix, you are up, my man.
You have advantage.
You have an advantage because of your inspiration, and you were directed to kill that thing in the back. But of course,
I was directed to kill the thing in the back, but there's a really big bad evil thing
that's
controlling everything.
You suck.
And
bro, like
you really are a
the magic user is so much more dangerous.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling like killing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think. Yeah, I think Blink will be fine. No big deal. You'll be okay.
You have no.
You're not even saying my name right.
He's hit the wine. He's hit the wine, boys.
Yeah, he's hit.
I've
Oh,
only
no.
had like a sip. I have barely touched this shit all night. I will, of course, do my good duty as a paladin and protect the frail femboy elf, of course.
Femboy,
Take back
what
every
the
bad
What?
thing
fuck?
Naratha said about you.
And you said I had advantage, right?
That's right. Roll
Yes,
with
you have the
advantage.
advantage.
All right.
Dude, who inspired him?
Narath inspired.
That's right.
He's an inspirational kind of guy.
I forgot you could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
There you go.
Get inspired, bro.
That's right. Yeah, you get that damage roll. Ooh, 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
All right. Well, that sends this sucker careening. He's now definitely in a roughed up state, looking worse for wear, but he steels himself and gets ready to respond.
Is that bloodied or no?
Yep.
All right, end turn. Hit me with your best shot.
Oh, he will comply.
Doggone, dice.
It's a lot of dice.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
The creature snarls at you, Darix, and immediately sends forth 3 orbs of magic, each one sinking into your flesh through your very armor, leaving a sizzling, burning feeling where they last, where they hit. For 2, and then 4, and then 3 damage each.
Yep, that's all right. I'll be okay. Hey, cool. I'm back down on my level 1 hit point value. That's pretty neat.
that lasted for a while.
Yep, sure did. It's pretty cool.
The creature will then use the last vestiges of action it has to use Mage Hand to close the door out of spite.
It's dark in here.
Damn right it is.
It looks like it from my perspective.
All right.
I can't see anything. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Oh, here, hold on. I'll help you out.
You think you can't see anything? This is my vision.
Oh, there we go. I was fixing to say, like, I can't even see anything in the room. Like, what the?
I get to see a table, bro.
Yeah, I can see a table too.
It's fixed now, but yeah.
That's pretty good. I like that. All right.
Yeah.
There was no light in there.
Yeah.
Dude, when that fucking
Just
big ass beast
spiteful, like,
opens the door, it's gonna be really scary.
Okay. As if Blake can't open the door. Like, he's just like...
I don't want to open the door.
There's horrifying things out there.
Well,
something that really
you better help me then, you big old...
Yeah, of course I'm gonna help you.
Good.
You helped me, bro.
Yeah, I took a lot of damage for you.
And you still don't know that I'm a changeling yet, technically.
Nope, that's
Because you don't know what that is.
Nope, sure don't.
All right, so
It's
Narath, Shambler, how does this thing work as far as your armor class attack roll thing? It's like roll disadvantage because of your protection.
Yeah, so if it's a fiend, aberration, undead, or if it's undead, it has to go through my I don't think it's undead.
No, it's
right?
not undead. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not undead, so ignore that, but if it was, it would have to do a whole other thing. But if it's a fiend, aberration, or or anything like that, it has a disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. And I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by it.
Right.
And that's it. So it just has disadvantage when it attacks me.
Okay, so it is still going to be able to hit you here. So the creature that is blazing with fire, similar to the same one that erupted from the male guard just 30 minutes ago or so, is going to send some of that searing fire in your direction as it throws a bolt of fire at you, scorching you for 7 points of damage. Looks like you'll have to concentrate for your protection as well. I think that passes. Yeah, it's DC 10. So, yep, you're good. And then
I'd like to take my reaction on it.
Sure. What's your reaction?
I have a hellish rebuke, which I'm going to cast on the creature.
Okay, so it has to make a saving throw?
Yeah.
What happens if
Does
it
it
makes
pass?
it?
If it makes it, it takes half damage.
Oh, half damage. Yeah, it looks like it's made it, so go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay. It still takes
4 points of
8
damage,
damage.
rounded down. That's right. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and send it with a rebuke, slapping it back down for 4 points of damage. Not bad.
Yeah, and when it does that, Narath will do the thing where he points at it and glares, and black fire will claw at it in the shape of draconic hands, sort of dragging it down, like it's trying to drag it to hell, like he
There you
promised.
Go. All right. Okay. Anything? That's it, right, for your reaction?
No, that's
Okay.
that's just my reaction.
So the creature seems very intent on on bringing you down, and so it will go ahead and do just that, while still like very much determined to fight you some more. Meanwhile, the creature to your immediate side there, Silas, is going to summon from within it a certain heavy amount of like a green ball of energy that seems to be emanating from where the creature's heart should be. And it raises a withered arm, sickly green, towards you, and necromantic magic powers through your defenses as it casts Inflict Wounds for 10 points of damage.
Jesus Christ.
Savage.
Some of us might be remaking characters.
Hold on. What did it roll to hit?
Let me see here. It was exactly 17.
Okay, I'm gonna cast shield.
I gotta remember you can do that.
It misses, baby.
All right, spend your resource so we know. There you go. All right.
The attack comes towards me, and I raise my spear towards it, and the Eye of Cyrus flashes, and then an invisible barrier blocks it.
There it is. It's energy sort of squirming around it, sort of pulsating the way that like water dissipates over a spherical surface when it's poured on it, and then ultimately just falls short of dealing damage. All right. So with that, transmission.
Yep, transmission.
Okay, Ro, the first of the swings of the grand talons are shrugged off by your armor, but the second one is going to strike true. That's going to be 6 points of damage slashing against you as you are imbued with that ancestral power of your sin dice. And then it will move away from Narath, but it's a new turn now, so you could go for an attack of opportunity if you wanted to, Narath.
Oh, so I do have an attack of opportunity?
Yeah, it's when the turn hits, your reaction refreshes, which is a little weird because it should probably be until your next turn or something.
Do I hit it?
No. That is just the same roll that that Blink had. It was just narrowly avoided. So it's going to scatter off the the reinforced like bone carapace that it seems to be wearing, as it is also going to do the same thing to Ro as it chances another opportunity attack. Does Ro abide it? Balefall might not be here.
Ro, I think Ro would attack.
I think so too, but we can always like port that in after the fact when he gets back. So
okay.
All right, so
it's not like he's gonna one-shot it anyway. So.
Yeah, that's fine. The creature will stand menacingly at the door and begin to sink its claws into it, and magic will begin to like energy will begin to erupt from its claws and into the door, as if clearly doing something deliberate to this portal. Which leaves you, Ashtorium, going next, or now, and Blink is up after you.
Ashtorium will move to the next enemy and punch again.
Oh yeah. How many key points do you have, by the way?
2 or 1 left.
Right, yeah, okay.
But he will just do a regular follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, that first one hit. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Kill him.
All right.
I
Okay.
have no idea what's going on outside.
2 more punches landed, Ashtorium. You bring that creature to its... Well, it doesn't seem to have any knees, but if it did, you'd be bringing it to its knees, nearly dead. Blink. You're looking at a much smaller world than you're used to. There's a very wounded creature in front of Darix, and you don't quite know what's happening, but the door seems to be being channeled energy into. What do you do?
So what are our rules for opening doors?
Normally you can open them if it's part of your movement, and otherwise it's a bonus action. If you attempt to do that to this door, you're going to find resistance, though.
Could it still be a bonus action? Like even if I have to roll a check for it, could it?
Yeah,
you'd
have to roll like athletics.
Yeah, as long as it's all part of the same bonus action.
If you're trying to open it, yeah.
All right. Well, before I try to open it, Blink, appreciating Darix coming to his aid, will notch an arrow and fire at this lone creature. And not hit because he sucks.
I can't remember what are the rules about your sneak attack.
I have to hit.
And it has to be an advantaged attack already?
I get sneak attack damage if I hit and there's a ally nearby, but it doesn't give me advantage.
Oh, okay, yeah, and you only get advantage from flanking, okay. Alright, so your bolt will not make impact there. So you still have your bonus action if you wanted to do something else.
I don't think I can deal any damage for a bonus action, right? No, there's nothing I can do with that. And I don't have any plants nearby, so... Yeah, bro, I'm opening this door.
Okay. I thought you kept 1 plant still on your person. Because there was like 2 of them and you used 1 of them?
No, I used the rest to leave in the room as like a mark or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did use that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. What did you want? Athletics?
Yep. The door will not budge, but the rest of the party will sense that they'll see the door attempt to be opened and perhaps put the pieces together that there's a struggle happening on the other side.
Could I have used my crowbar?
Oh yeah, to give yourself advantage on the check.
Yeah. Can I roll again?
Yeah. Wow. You narrowly are able to overpower the physical force of what's on the other side. Just barely, thanks to that trusty crowbar. And as it opens up, you see a not very pleased, enemy standing right there, looking at you.
Blink is going to be very upset by this current state of the world, but appreciative that the thing isn't channeling energy into the door anymore.
That's right.
And you know what he's going to do? He's going to take a step back.
Do you want to stand on top of the table?
We can say that he climbs over the table. But he's not going to stay on the table.
So where are you going exactly? Okay.
He's going to take a step back. The chair's gone, so yeah, he would stand there.
Yeah, that's right. The chair has been shattered by the axe. Okay. Cool. All right. Balethal, are you back? There's still no Balethal? Did he type something that I didn't see?
Still no Backlethal?
No Backlethal.
Right, Balethal.
Got him.
No, he didn't type anything. So
yeah, I was looking through the chat log as well. Let's see. Okay, so the one that we just panned to is in the middle of reassembling itself, but it will need to spend its full action to do that. So we're going to say that it reassembles before your eyes and gets ready to act next. Since Balethal is not here for some reason,
Ro, attack.
we're gonna roll for his attack of opportunity that he absolutely, I imagine, would have taken. That is not a good result, so we're gonna say that he barely keeps control of his great axe, and that's rough. All right, and then we're gonna say he is going to move after this creature, which chances an attack of opportunity from this thing, which is not going to hit. And as he does that, so he's going to charge the big bad, and in doing so, swing his great axe at it. And just so you guys know his roll, that's a hit.
Holy shit!
That's gonna hit. And so we are gonna say that he. Let me see here.
I'm just saying, ever since this fucking guy was placed into my brain, I can't hit.
It's true. It's true.
I'm being sabotaged by schizos.
Let's not forget the bite either.
Of course not. And that also hits. So we're going to go ahead and say 8 points of slashing damage, 4 points of piercing damage. He is piecing him up right now. Ro just absolutely slaughtering. And he's kept this in dice in case he needs it.
Wait. I know what happened. Since Balethal's not here, it's his ghost that's autopiloting him.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
possessed.
I like that idea. That kind of works out. Yeah, his spirit. All right, Silas, it's your turn now.
Okay. I'm going to start my turn by commanding the hawk to rake again with its talons.
Okay. Let's see that.
He said hawk too.
Ooh, rough. That's a 3.
Is it a 3?
3 plus 3.
Oh, that was for the attack roll. Yeah, all right. That's definitely. We're gonna say that the hawk's talons this time are not quite able to sink in to the undulating flesh and blood, and they are going to. The horror is going to be unaffected by this assail.
At an immediate glance, which of the two seems to be more damaged?
The one closer to you that did all that damage to you is definitely more damaged, but they're both pretty worse for wear.
Okay, Silas.
I can kill the mage.
As he glances back towards the farther one, he is going to use his bonus action to snap, and you'll again hear that sort of magical echo of the sound of his snap, and then you'll see the hawk dissipate into nothing.
Okay.
And then he will, with his action, swing around with his spear as it becomes sheathed in a booming energy and cast Booming Blade on the one nearest to him.
Okay, let's see that. Ah, shit.
Rest in peace.
That's those are some rough rolls, my friend.
It's these goddamn schizo souls.
So that is not gonna commit. That's not gonna quite hit. And as the creature just kind of regards you with contempt, it's a different one that's going to see what it can do. Albeit with disadvantage, it attempts to strike out with its magic at you, Narath, and is unsuccessful in doing so. Which is convenient, because it's your turn, and Darux is up after.
Yep.
Still
Might die.
reaction it?
Might die.
Can I still reaction it?
What do you mean?
Can I use my second spell slot for Hellish Rebuke on it still?
No, you attack the opportunity.
Oh, I did.
Well, you did that, but also, is that something you can do when somebody attempts to attack you? I thought they had to deal damage.
Let's see. Oh, it says when you're damaged. Never mind.
So double no.
Oh, but it apparently also works on
No
range stuff.
twice. Yeah.
That's cool.
There you go. The more you know.
I learned a lot. Anyway, so what the fuck am I gonna do? So first things first, Narath's going to attack the spellcaster again because that's more dangerous than these fools. That hit?
Which one were you targeting? The one in the back? Yes, that hits.
Yeah, the one. Okay. I think that brings it down to like 1 health.
Perfectly mid, like all things should be.
That's right. Your attack is going to bring it down to just 1 point of health. It barely hangs on by a thread.
You hear your warlock deity saying that thing has 1 hit point, Lamau.
Now, the disadvantage applies to attacks of opportunity, right?
Yeah, I don't see why not. The one on the bottom already used its attack of opportunity, though. So it would only be the one to your left.
Isn't it if you damage it,
totally
it no longer has
contemptuous
disadvantage?
It's because he's got the
two
spell. He's got the concentration effect. So any evil or good creature.
Yeah. I thought that was a different thing.
Yeah.
Now, can I hit both of these with my breath weapon?
First of all,
yeah.
Okay, never mind. You feel like a very heavy warmth occur as like there's this lash of fire that sets off to attack you, but it collides with the floor and immediately steams and sizzles. So go ahead. What were you saying?
Narath spits at the feet of the thing as he walks past it.
I don't think you'd been able to move to dodge the attack if you were moving so lackadaisically.
Fine. Okay, but moving confidently, as if he could not give a single shit about the flame man, Narath walks on up. Well, not walks, but moves with purpose. By the gore mage and does his breath weapon. Now, how the fuck do I do that? Breath weapon. There.
Yeah, you can hit the two that are in front of you. You just want to hit the damage one.
Okay. Damage roll.
Woo! There we go.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, with a thunderous bellow, Narath lets loose his lightning. His eyes surging with brightness that matches the sudden flash.
All right, so that is going to be. Let's see. That damage, that magical force from within you, Narath, is going to once again reduce the two creatures into a very warbly, wild state where they're attempting to keep themselves together and reconstitute. But the one right in front of you fails, having been brought down too low too many times. It falls silent and quiet at your feet, while the thunder shakes its way towards the other that is doing its best to hold on.
Alrighty. Well, that's my action and my bonus action, I believe.
Oh yeah.
That is my turn.
Okay. Darix, my man, my homie.
Yep, I'm debating whether I risk dying. Don't heal myself. Got 2 spell slots. Already half health.
Just kill the thing in front of you.
Oh yeah, well if I miss it and it casts that magic spell again, I can easily die, and that'll be that. So
just don't miss.
Yeah, well, that is indeed. Since my elf companion missed, so
it's true.
I've been thinking about literally this entire turn.
You can move the flank yet.
No, because he's looking at him.
Yeah, the thing is like 1v1ing me essentially.
Yeah.
But Blink's next.
I can't get flanked.
Yeah, but he would need to be looking at Blink and then attack him from the bottom or something, and that's not what's happening right now.
No, he's not doing that. So, it sucks to literally use a spell slot right now. Since this is like the first fight, but I think it's just best that I do. And I'm actually going to use Lay on Hands.
So the one thing that helps you is that in character, we still have complete reason to actually sleep when we're done with all this, because we haven't slept. We just got powered.
Yeah.
So we are probably still going to have some sort of long rest. So you'll get your spell slot back.
Okay, well, I'm going to Lay on Hands then, myself.
Okay, how much are you spending?
8.
All right.
He's touching himself.
Now I'm touching myself.
You can do that through
Touching
the
yourself in the library
option,
in
I'm
front
pretty
of
sure, yeah.
a changeling.
A roll.
What are you, Caitlyn Jenner?
Oh, I mean, okay. Well, there we go.
I don't know why it makes you roll. That's so funny to me.
20. There you go. I have 20 HP, and that's an action, I do believe, sadly.
That's right. So you can
not-
you can
you
try
can
to use
grapple.
your bonus action as either a grapple or to interrupt its ability to attack you, or set fire to it with your breath weapon if you want.
I do have... Don't I have a third one now? A third charge? Don't I get an extra... I can't remember how the charges work.
I think yours is 3 and the other one is 2, and that's no, that was if you went for the Drake speaker one. Cast.
I do have Drake Speaker. You get an additional use of my
yeah,
breath
yeah,
weapon.
So you have 3. You always have.
But don't
that.
I get more when I level up at some points, or is that?
Yeah, it's when your proficiency bonus changes, which I think is level 4.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
it does happen,
right.
but it comes up a little bit later.
Then I'm gonna use my breath weapon then.
Eviscerate that idiot.
Oh, okay.
I will try to eviscerate that idiot. A breath weapon, consume activity use.
Yep, and then just roll the damage.
Failed to place template.
Yeah, don't worry
whatever.
about that. Just roll the damage. All right.
5.
Okay, so what
5
is it?
Holy damage.
It needs a con save. All right. The creature shields itself in an attempt to stop your assault, but in doing so, it is insufficient against your holy powers, and all 5 of the radiant damage will send it into a undulating mess that cannot seem to keep its form together.
Big. Speaking
I
of
just
big,
realized
is
my
the toys that
character
big?
level bonus didn't apply to my other one, so I
What
should have
other
done 10, but I don't think it matters since they're both whatever. It's just something to note for later.
Oh, okay. All right, anything else, Darix?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm bad about forgetting.
That's all right. So this creature is going to attempt to reconstitute itself right in front of you guys. And we're going to say it does so, reassembling itself, but not able to carry out any other action. Balathal, are you here? You? Is there a Balathal? No? I saw him go from away to online.
He's alright. He isn't muted or anything.
I know, yeah. Well, he's on push to
Maybe he
talk.
just fell asleep.
Yeah, sleep with all.
He
Did he
seemed
really?
he's-
fall
Alright.
asleep?
No, he seemed pretty awake. Yeah, I don't know.
He's been possessed, so you can RP him.
Is he the victim of a broken mic?
Well, he probably would have been typing
yeah, I
or
think,
something
yeah,
if
type
because like we
something
were
in.
talking about like, oh, I guess I'll have to do his turn or whatever, and so yeah, I don't know. That's a bit weird. Hopefully, like Shambler said, he's all right. But yeah, I don't think he would be muted. He would just because I'm pretty sure he's on push to talk. Relethal. All right. Okay, so this creature is going to wreathe itself in fire and run directly towards you, Narath. But it takes no hostile action to you. It simply puts distance between, or I guess itself, between you and the rest of the battle that's going on right now. The fire licks at its flesh dangerously, and you get the feeling that it will absolutely strike at you if given the opportunity. The necrotic creature begins to reassemble itself as well. And as it takes shape once again before Ashtorium and Silas, it seems like it could very well do some more damage if given the opportunity. Alright.
Oh shit, Darks didn't step to the big bad after almost obliterating that finish.
Well, no, because, Elfman is frail and scared.
Yeah, that's why I stepped towards the famished and not the big bad. Also frail and scared after I absolutely wrestle that door open. It's strange.
Well, the door was going to kill you.
That is true. Okay, so Ro is going to get it yet again. One more slice across the bow from the Talon creature. That's going to be 8 points of slashing damage, and that is going to do a number on him. However, the opportunity to strike back is going to avail itself as the grand creature begins to move through towards the elf and the Draconan paladin. That's going to be... That's going to be 5 points of slashing damage from Ro, trusty Ro. And the creature steps all the way towards Darex and aims to swing at him, but is not quite successful in spraying the hide, splitting the hide there. So Talon's just into getting there. All right. Ashtorium, you are up with Blink on deck.
Ashtorium will continue punching because that is his purpose.
That is his purpose. All right, you're going to cave that one in and send it to hell for real this time, as it is incapable of keeping itself together again.
And then he will continue to punch the enemy.
It's hunting.
No!
And you're going to get burned.
Dude, how do you disarm your fist?
He takes damage.
All right. That's 2 points of fire damage as you fail your assault against the inflamed one. And as you do so, you hear a, "Oh, that stings."
Oh no, it feels. The ghost feels.
I can only imagine what Rose thing has been saying every time it gets fucking absolutely walloped by this thing.
Yeah, there's definitely been some walloping and some mashing. Yeah. All right, Ro is up after you. What are you doing, Blink?
This thing's a bloody pulp corpse.
Yeah, that one's like, oh no, it remade itself, so it's 5. It's like got the token 5 health that it remade itself with.
Kill it.
All right. And the big tower monster is facing Darex?
Yes.
Alright, I will cunning action disengage.
Okay.
I cannot move behind the big creature because there we go. Thank you.
Alright,
I guess it wouldn't be there because I have a ranged weapon out. So I will walk out of the room.
Yeah, you can just leave because you've disengaged, yeah.
Yeah, next to Ro, and then I think that would have been, 5, 10, 15, 20. 25 feet of movement anyway, so from here I will target and fire.
Alright, roll with advantage for flanking. You also hit your dagger. I mean, it it doesn't matter, you hit.
I hit 2. How did it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same roll anyway.
Yeah. All right, do that damage.
All
Yeah,
right,
that was
19.
that was the attack.
Yeah, I was rolling the advantage roll.
Oh, I see.
Which one is he shooting again?
The big guy.
The big guy.
Oh.
What is my? It's 1d4.
Sneak attack?
I forget my own sneak attack damage.
1d6.
I legit got the lowest possible.
That's still 9 points of piercing damage into the back of this thing, and that does bring it down to a bloodied state. So you should feel pretty good about that.
Oh yeah. So what do I have left?
5 points of movement, 5 feet of movement.
I see.
Ro is probably gonna run for the big bad, so you might want to put some distance between you and the ghoul that are gonna get into melee range.
I have a question. If I had stood underneath this light, would I have still got an advantage?
No, because you can't shoot through the wall.
Well, I didn't.
True.
I need somebody to help me. That'd be cool.
That ain't me.
Elf abandoned you.
Yeah, that's what I get for saving his.
It's not abandoning. I just did 9 points of damage to the big fuck off thing.
I've been abandoned.
Don't worry, here comes Ro.
Thank you, my furry friend. I love you.
You just saw the elf disappear, and then an arrow appear in the back.
Yeah.
Has Splinter said anything this whole time? Is he just oddly quiet?
He's reading.
No,
Yeah,
what a loser. I like the idea that he's reading these memories as they form.
Yeah. All right. Ro charges the creature and absolutely lays the smack down on it. He won't stop slicing. He just won't stop slicing. That's 9 points of slicing damage, and Ro then takes a big old chompy bite out of it. Woohoo! And that's 6 more points of damage. All right. I guess this could have conceivably been more damage, but that's just not how Ro was feeling, I guess. All right, Silas, it's your turn. The towering knight is inside the study. There's a single thing right below you, and there's the one that's wreathed in fire in between Narath and Ashtorium.
There's a not elf standing next to you.
Yeah.
Free crow?
No, another one's gone.
Another crow down.
Free crow!
I'm here.
Oh my god!
Well, it looks like we're gonna have to take a long rest IRL after.
Yeah, I think
fight.
so.
Yeah.
All right.
My turn.
That's right, sir.
Okay. How is our fellow looking to the left of Ashtorium?
That guy has not been touched. Well, I guess that's not true. He's been a little bit touched, but
He's been lightly
Ashtorium
burned.
is singed.
that's right.
Okay, Silas. Targeting this creature will focus his mental energies upon it and cast Mind Sliver.
Oh yeah.
It has to make a DC 13 intelligence saving throw.
No way that thing's smart.
Ooh. It actually is pretty smart, but it rolled a 1, so.
Hell yeah. What is that, some kind of crit?
Dude, yeah, what do you get for a nat 1 on a saving throw?
You get insight into its weaknesses.
Well, that's 2 points of psychic damage.
Nah,
With the
dude,
roll
it's a
with
crit.
advantage, you take the higher one.
Yeah. Roll a second round, and if it's higher, we'll take that. Advantage on damage. Damage advantage.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Ruined.
You were saying.
You're so
Alright.
bad at slippery.
Y'all gotta pick up the slack. I swear.
Okay. You've you know what? I'll give you the extra
good.
point too, just because of the crit. Wink. And that'll be 3 points total. of damage.
3.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's dumb reason.
get the 3 in there. All right. The creature has sort of like rocketed back, like with its head sort of knocked back a little bit as you make it endure psychic pain. What else is next? You got anything else you're doing for your bonus?
Silas is going to flank the enemy in the hopes of giving his ally some sort of advantage.
Okay.
And then I will end my turn.
All right.
Dude, if I get out of this without taking damage, I don't know. I'm different.
Okay. Silas, the creature... I don't know why he moved. The creature immediately to your south is going to attempt to fill you with vile magic, but it is not quite capable of doing that. Your armor class is just too high. Narath, you're up. Derex is next.
All right.
So, is the fire monster facing Silas or me?
I believe it would have turned to face Ashtorium when Ashtorium did the hit, so it is not facing
right here.
You could go behind it. It's facing to the right, so you are behind it from your current angle. If you're looking for the flanking. Yeah. Though
would here still be flanking?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in which case, I will cast Chill Touch.
All right, that hits.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry I had to walk away for a bit.
No, it's all good. Everything good over there?
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I don't know if it's okay, but it's whatever.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Got you.
Is it gonna be okay?
Better than it was before.
That I have no idea.
Remember, we're on stream, boys, so...
Yeah, it's all good if he wants to be. If you're good to finish the session, that's fine. We're pretty much going to close it out after this battle. But okay. I can give you a quick recap of what happened in the meantime, if you like.
Sure.
So, when we had first found out that you weren't there, it was when I had offered an attack of opportunity for you, and then we were like, oh, wait, he's not here. So, eventually we'd made the determination, like we just proceeded out and we figured we would backpedal it if we to rewind to that moment and do it if you came back and wanted to. But since you weren't back, we just rolled with the idea that Ro did do the attack of opportunity because there's not much else he would use his reaction on.
Yeah,
anyway.
that would make sense.
So you've been hit like twice by this guy. You got 2 sin dice and you're down to 14 health, right? So you're not quite half, but getting there. And you've been wailing on him and getting him bloodied and getting him low.
Nice.
And yeah, he's definitely pretty low on him because you hit him with 2 bites and 2 great axe swings. So, or maybe 3 because the attack of opportunity actually. So yeah, it's definitely been a good number of those.
You've been laying out the damage.
That's right.
That's good.
So and your compatriot there, your Knoll compatriot, is absolutely loving the hunt. Even the pain seems to feel like just encouragement for further prowess in battle, that kind of thing.
Awesome. I think we'll get along.
As my chill touch, tickles the fireman.
That's right.
It's like a chill punch, and I just sort of punch him with my cold hand. Narath will shout at the top of his lungs in that old battle master voice, rendered harsh over a century of war, and it says, "The drakes watch over us this day," and Darax will find that inspiring.
Ah, there you go, Darax. You've got advantage on your next attack roll.
All right. Well,
So the guy that goes right after you is remade itself, so it will have a turn this time, and that's the one that you've been wailing on. But there's also the big bad that's right behind you.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna. Well, actually, does it have advantage?
It's gonna deal damage to you. I think and deal a lot of damage. Just kill it. It has 5 health.
What has 5 health?
The guy behind you.
The guy that you've been
famished.
the one that looks like
But it
he's
just
got
remade
magic.
itself. Isn't it just gonna remake itself?
No, it has a turn.
No.
It can only do that once, is what you've observed so far.
Okay. Really want to kill the thing behind me because it can hurt like hell too.
Yeah,
not gonna be
we've
able to
done
kill it,
like 20 plus damage to it. It's only bloodied, so I doubt you kill it in one.
Last time this thing
I
had
got
62
smite, and
health.
it does more damage to undead and
And
evil
you have
things.
advantage, so you're most likely gonna hit it. So there is that too.
Yeah, so
I
I think I kind of want to kill the big thing.
Hell yeah!
Can you
Send it,
deal?
brother.
Can you deal at least 20 damage to it?
I don't know, but
We'll find out.
We can try.
Find out.
I have
homie.
advantage.
Let's see.
All right, I'm
Screw-
going to use Divine Smite
Hell yeah.
on
It's
it.
gonna die.
Is that guaranteed?
If you hit,
Yeah, it's something you add after to your
I
roll.
think it
after
adds
you
to
hit.
your weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it adds to your
Because
weapon damage.
So you roll you roll your Morning Star normally, and then you would
okay.
add it
I
after.
roll my Morning Star with advantage.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, that clears its AC. Let's see it.
And then I roll
you roll
damage
your
and then Divine Smite?
Yep, your Morning Star damage, and then you add your Divine Smite to that by rolling your Divine Smite.
Okay, now we're gonna roll damage. That sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3. And then you're spending a first level spell slot, so that is 2d8. But it's an undead or fiend, so it's actually 3d8. So you're rolling 3d8 right now.
How do I make it roll 3d8?
You can just do the there's a d8 option in the bottom. You can just click that 3 times and hit roll if you don't want to go through the. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Well, you know,
6
That
1
is
1.
awful.
All right.
That's 11.
8 plus 3 is 11 damage.
Darex is gonna die.
All right, Darix.
Yeah,
You
but
bring your
does
morning.
it count the extra damage against undead things?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was the extra damage.
The extra
Oh.
damage was an extra 1d8, which turned out to be 1.
Okay,
in this
okay.
case. So
Well,
not
you know,
very good.
not very
170.
good at all.
Darix, you grab your Morning Star tightly, gripping it as you bring it down onto the very head of this wicked creature. It's a feat of strength and agility that you're able to leap high enough to bring that Morning Star crashing down on its enormous, extended head. And as you do so, you feel a satisfying glow of warmth and holiness radiating from not just you, but your weapon. You are an instrument of the Starfather, and that motherfucker wants this thing dead. You deal 11 points of damage, and that is just enough to shatter it to pieces.
That's right, you doubted me. How dare you?
Yeah,
no faith having dinkuses.
It only had 8 health, so I don't know why you guys thought it had 20.
That's what no
I think
faith.
I forgot to count the road.
No faith.
That's right. And as it
It's 'cause you're a
falls,
dunce.
yeah, exactly, dunce.
No, it's Darix.
Actually, shoot. You know what? It's all right. I was gonna use the radiant breath on Famish at the end of my turn. Rip.
You ended your turn, but that's okay because you ended the big bad, and that means all the other guys just kind of start
That's
to
right. Heck
dissolve
yeah.
and
There you go.
falter right before your eyes.
It's still
Hell yeah, you got inspired, bro.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Never
still
doubt
only
me again.
counts as one.
Never doubt me again. Never doubt me again.
That's right. Hey, we should go back up and see. He would not have hit that if it wasn't for the inspiration. That's really good.
Yeah,
There you go. Look at teamwork.
Set you up
Teamwork
for
makes the
greatness.
dream work. That's right, baby.
That's right, homies. So, Ro, you probably did the most damage to the guy, even though Bale thought you weren't actually here for some of that fight. So I hope you still feel accomplished by proxy,
Nice. Yeah, I'll just scroll.
You were
up and
doing
see.
like 7 damage bites. It was kind of crazy.
Nah, yeah, the bites are pretty epic now.
That's right. You're getting there. Okay, so
We need to burn all of these fucking bodies.
It's okay. I'm sure in the commotion, everyone's forgotten about the changeling part.
yeah,
That'll come up at the tavern, I think.
yeah.
No.
Can you guys imagine going to a tavern after all you guys have done?
You all forgot. No, no one remembers.
Derek
still have
does
to
want to go.
kill
He
the
wants to
other
go to
guy
an end
in
and
their
take
home
like a
country.
nice 16-hour sleep
That's right.
You know, and a bath. He
Yeah,
really needs
all the blood and viscera. You ready for a
Yeah,
bath?
like-
That's right.
just from that poor lady earlier. He's I mean, he's like dark red at this point.
Yeah.
You know?
It's gonna take a
Covered
while
in
for all
blood
that to
from
wash
toe.
out.
Yeah, the guard is gonna be horrified again. He's like, "Did I tell you not to come back looking like that?"
That's right. He's
He's
like,
gonna
"Don't
be
worry, I know
"You
where to
don't- You
go."
want to hear about my day?
Yeah. Hey, you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna go inside and get a bath. You can yell at me later. If
I
you saw
can't
the
wait.
stuff I saw, man.
This is a fucked
Can't
up
wait
day.
until we face an actual like undead, so that they have to go through the regular AC. They have to go through the among the dead thing, and then they have to roll disadvantage attacking me.
Yeah,
Even if they succeed, it's gonna be beautiful.
that is gonna be beautiful.
Tank lock, and you just take everything by making them misdirect.
Sorry, guys. We just finished off Javai, and now we're gonna go back to go talk to the guy. But
I don't think this was
Someone's gonna
Javai
wake-
because it recognized you. This was the lady again, I think.
it was Javai.
Was it?
I think he said Javai was.
Javai
Oh, yeah.
Well, Silas recognized it as likely that. Yeah.
Okay. So just basically all of the noble elves become this fucking thing when they die.
That's right.
Yeah, I can't wait to be done with this manor and burn it to the ground when we leave.
Does Javai arrive here? Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, when you kill that big thing, does it turn back into Javai's corpse?
It sure fucking does. But it's not a corpse.
Oh, ew,
It looks
he's
like a
so-
corpse, but it's still very much alive. And
Oh,
as
no.
it writhes on the floor in pain, it writhes.
It's just like Derek just smites him.
Fuck
Yeah,
just
I'm in
like-
agreement. here.
I like the crit bow shot from
Yeah,
the
yeah, we
critical
all-
shot
I
feels
feel-
like lore.
Yeah, go, come on, yeah, everybody's attacking just as
No,
you
no,
pound
like-
the shit.
The
Absolutely.
critical
this
shot
is-
feels like lore.
There you go, man.
There we go, there we go. That's
That's
it.
14
That's it.
damage.
Ah,
Yeah.
shit. Only
Don't worry, you don't have to. You don't have
Everybody's
to. He's on the
immediately-
floor. Just roll damage.
Ah,
You don't.
okay.
There's no attack.
only 5 damage.
It's all right.
Everyone just
Yeah,
You
get
think
Astorium
it's
punching. Astorium punching.
Actually, wait a minute. Can I eat him?
Yeah, that's right. You do the bite.
No, you're gonna get poisoned. No.
Yeah, you don't want
Do
to
the bite.
You
All right, he
don't
did the
wanna-
bite. He
Oh,
did
wait.
the bite. All right.
That's not the damage. There you
I
go.
was supposed to say that's.
All right, that's it. Okay, so you guys
think
just
we got
maul this elf. It's just
We're
This-
angry.
this is like you guys turned into one of those like rotating like circles in the cartoons where there's like a bunch of punching sounds and stuff, but it's just like
Yeah.
a cloud puff or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then
exactly.
Silas goes in for the
Pop,
mind
pop,
sliver
pop,
from
pop,
a
pop.
distance. Yeah, it's just pound, pound, pound. There's like there's like limbs flying and blood going everywhere and just absolute smattering. And there's a sound of deep appreciation from Fendel as Ro ends up just absolutely wolfing down on this man, this once man. And Blink obviously got like a pinpoint execution arrow shot right to the head with his crit.
Yeah, I like the idea.
Center of mass right in the
first.
chest.
No, I like the idea. Yeah, I crit hit it first, and like even though he's completely dead after that arrow, everyone's still just fucking making sure.
Yeah, so I think that's like minus 69 damage. That's it. See you, nerd.
Yeah.
Narath will like to loot his corpse.
There's nothing on him really.
It's a bloody pulp.
It's a bloody pulp.
There is no
Yeah,
corpse.
What
anymore.
corpse are you
There's
talking
nothing
about?
It is
Yeah, there's no
random.
corpse left. I ate it. So
yeah,
it's
that's
gone.
right.
Ro
Yeah,
consumed
we could
it.
do that after everybody is done smashing, right? Then Ro's just like, and just starts. He grabs the whole bloody mess and just stuffs it in his face right in front of you guys.
Jesus Christ.
That's what Fendel wants.
Yeah.
He
Does
wanted to eat
Splinter
the
say anything about this?
How does my friend feel upon seeing this absolute act of brutality?
Your friend is reading.
All right. Splinter says, I don't know about the nutritional value.
Yes, Splinter, he is just like that. Would have this satisfied your that abomination back there. We never learned his name.
I never learned his name either. Meanwhile, Fendel is just he's feasting. He's just he's making sounds of eating. if you understand.
Derek watches the corpse munching for a moment, grimacing, finally remembering, like, oh, that's right, this is a no. That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Well, it's a good thing he's honorable.
Yes, that's right.
This is repulsive behavior. Absolutely degenerate, but
you're thinking this, but then there's the Scottish voice from Astorium who just goes, "I can't believe he ate that." And since Narath asked, the lady in his head just kind of gives you this knowing sort of like is giving you this internally like this knowing sort of look, and she says, "Just making sure he's dead, is that right?"
Well, he can't reform if he's in my belly.
Narath will mentally respond. If you go perusing in there, you'll know that you can never be too sure.
Derek will say to Kennecon, I've only been on this continent less than a full day. I'm going to be honest with you. I hate it here. He just, as he's watching the corpse being eaten.
Yeah.
It's just. I can see my pilgrimage will not be an easy one.
Speaking mentally or out loud?
No, he's speaking mentally to Kennecon.
And Kennecon will respond by saying, "A trip here is never easy, but may you make it out in one piece, as I did not."
How long were you in that thing?
I do not know.
At least 100 years?
But there was a time when I was among the stars and the grand drakes, and that time was good and just. And when we are done, I will be there again.
Will you go when I repose or after this is done?
I do not know. We shall find out together.
So it shall be. So it is.
Everistus would like to ask one last mental question to his idiot.
Mm-hmm.
So staying in his mind, Everistus is going to say, I have a question. How would you tell others what you truly are without them getting too angry?
Why should they be angry? What is there to know? That sometimes you are a human, and sometimes you are not.
He says as there's at least two racists right next to him.
At least.
Yeah, but he's almost telling Blink, like, why should you be secretive? Why should people be angry? That kind of shit.
Yeah, that sort of lovey-dovey shit.
Still mentally, obviously.
We will judge you by the content of your skin.
He will respond.
Scales.
While I agree with you, friend, I have a feeling that the people you may have told and the people I may have to tell are very different in nature. But I will take these words and think on them, all the same.
Yes, think on them. And remember, those who discard you, well, they don't deserve you.
I got a schizotherapist.
That's so nice and sweet, man. It's beautiful. You see, the Starfather gives you what you need for salvation. That's how that works, man. Isn't that beautiful? That's beautiful. That's wonderful.
Narath will approach Darax and he'll lay a hand on his shoulder in a odd
Darax,
act
you
of camaraderie.
serpent.
You serpent.
And
the lizard just called you a lizard, bro.
Annihilated.
Serpent.
Anyway, that really put him on.
You actually stopping me?
No, I'm saying it's OOC.
Okay. So Narath will, in an odd gesture of camaraderie, for such an old man, with a very surprisingly firm grip, considering he looks like he crawled out of grave. He'll place a hand on Darax's shoulder with a look of quasi fatherly pride as he says, well struck, young blood. You may have saved us all today. The Drake's smile on you.
Derek's nods his head and gives a very small smile. He knows he has done a good thing, but it's really hard to find joy after all that's happened. Really, really, really difficult to do that. So,
is that a facial expression that is conveyed? Yeah, I was gonna say.
I it's just kind of like a, yeah. I guess you could read it on my face.
Okay, Narath will say, "I know it has been a hard day for you, but to destroy evil is a privilege that not many of our kind get to exercise. Destroy so much of it in one day should be a sort of privilege. You will appreciate it in time."
Derek's wonders if that is true.
Evaristus, with a chuckle, will say, yes, and to think they called you Derek's the dunce. Look at what you did to them.
Derek's makes way to leave. The ugliness is, it's starting to get to him. And he's seen a lot of ugly things today. And he doesn't want to watch anymore.
Hell yeah, Derek.
To burn all these bodies.
Yeah. Well,
that guy, a dunce? No way.
Well, don't. Well, that's a very nice dwarf. I like the dwarf. He's pretty swell.
I like that could have gone anywhere. He just goes, no way.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Derek's is going to do that while they do whatever. He's gonna gather up the bodies and.
I actually think Evaristus is completely losing his mind because hearing what I don't know his name, what the Scottish dwarf says, he will say, yes, I can't believe anyone would think anything in that book was real. And then he will walk off.
Ro probably finishes eating the elf and gives a satisfied.
I don't believe you.
And then pats his belly and says, "Ah, that hit the spot."
Narath will look to the knoll and, a little grossed out, he said, "With respect, please, if you're going to eat the dead, do it somewhere a bit more private."
I see you're a bit squeamish, are you?
Yeah, turns out the rest of us are demon-blooded gnolls, homie.
Narath will pause and then say,
You're not the first corpse eater I've met, but I will admit it's never been a pleasant memory.
This guy's never eaten an elf before.
Every good dwarf's eating an elf.
Dude, the best part about this whole interaction is that, like, Narath's like bothered by the corpse eating, and that's probably the least thing that's bothering Blink right now. If it was put on a tier list, like,
I have a therapist. I don't know how I feel about it.
I have a therapist in my head. Everyone knows that I'm a changeling, maybe.
Maybe.
My Warforged talks like a dwarf now. I don't know what's going on anymore. I almost died earlier.
The whole world is changing.
Yeah, man.
It's been a life-changing experience.
Speaking of changeling,
I'm still 14 years old.
No, you're turning 15.
Speaking of changeling, now that there is a temporary period of calm, Tears is going to ask Kenakon, what is a changeling? Why is that an insult?
Changelings are smooth skins that are capable of taking on different forms. I presume the insult is to mark one as deceptive or lying. Perhaps whoever wrote that insult was displeased with something that was said or done by Evaristus.
But you also said earlier that when I asked, the smoothskins are capable of this. And did he not say something about how he uses some sort of illusion magic to be one thing when he is not?
That's right. He did say that.
Derek's snout's kind of scratched up his dots are connecting, and but you know what? He's not mad, because out of everything that's happened today, that's like at the bottom of the I give a shit about right now list. He's just like,
he's like, at least he's not eating the elf, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, he's not eating the corpse. He's not a demon. Okay, so you know what? He's a liar. All right, he's a disgusting liar. Whatever. Everybody here lies apparently on this continent. Everybody's a liar. That's just what everybody does here.
Yeah, that's just this continent, right?
Everyone tongue wags and lies. God
yeah,
damn
everybody
it.
tongue wags and lies all the time.
Silver Draconian, all they know how to do now is tongue wag and lie.
That's right. Speaking of, he's also going to ask, I know you have only been in my head a short while, but the old one, the Silver, what think you of him?
An inspiring commander. I know
As
not
much as
enough
true.
of this fellow Draconin. I will have to consult your memories if you allow it. And then I can give you a more prudent opinion.
Wait, my schizo didn't even ask? What a fucking loser.
Yeah, well, I have an honorable good guy in my head. You maybe not so much.
I have a therapist. There's literally supposed to ask. That shit's
just like a
confidential.
therapist, they're gonna pry into your life, like tell me everything,
Yeah, not supernaturally, bro.
Yeah. So he's going to consent to give Kenakon.
I have a morally questionable therapist.
That's right.
Well, the morally questionable serial killer gets a morally questionable.
No, I'm not morally questionable. There's nothing morally questionable.
I don't think you got a therapist. I think you got an enabler.
A changeling supremacist, obvious.
Yeah, what is there to be ashamed of? True.
And if they discard you, they no longer need you.
Fluid.
Yeah, pretty good. So yeah, he's gonna give Kenakon consent to do as he needs.
All right. Well, there will be a sense that Kenakon is withdrawing further within the recesses of your mind, as if to consult these memories, and may not return for a time.
Dude, Slintar is legit. He's legit gonna find out shit that I don't even know about myself.
Yeah.
That's what's cool about having a headmate, man.
Dude,
you know?
that's like actually fucked. Like he's gonna know like who
Being a
abandoned me,
headmate,
bro.
He's gonna bring up
no
your
idea.
past.
with his.
Well,
He's
no,
gonna
he's
be
only
like,
going to have access to memories that you have access to. So if you don't know that,
okay.
then he's not going to know that. But he's going to be like, you let these humans betray you, use you.
Kill them all!
Oh,
Daggers in their throats.
Yeah, he's actually schizo. He's gonna be a devil and an angel. I'm okay with this. This is a fine outcome. This is actually exactly what my character needed.
I did not see
He's
this
gonna
coming.
make
I'm not
you
gonna lie.
hate your
Did not
parents so that you
see.
join the party.
Did not see this coming at all.
Yeah.
And what's really cool is that now there's two Derekses, and one's just like wiser than the other one because he's been around a very long time.
I really thought Silas's spirit was gonna be some kind of fucking Kronk.
No, see, I like the idea of. I mean, we haven't really seen Silas's guy too much yet, but I like the idea that each one of them is like, is meant to be. It's kind of sculpted to be like working with your character in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yet, like, yeah, it's like Darix's is just like, let us do the same course of action, but wiser.
Yes,
like, he's not like he's not at all like what you are doing is wrong. It's like,
dude, I wonder how deep this shit goes because like I really wonder if I get disrespected enough by another species, if Slintar is legit like it's just gonna like start like making my arm twitch and shit. Like it's gonna go like paranormal, or he's like.
Yeah.
Like I feel my hand reaching for my dagger whenever someone calls me a name or something.
Yeah,
it's just like
It's
no,
like,
Slintar, stop that.
You can't
Dark-
let him disrespect you like that.
Yeah,
For Darks, it's like having like an older brother or a dad.
yeah.
So that when he gets like really upset or angry, a dad can be like, "Calm down, son. It's all gonna be okay." So that's
Right.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
Thanks, Dad. Love you, Dad.
that's right. It works out.
Dad, father.
yeah.
Wrath would
Actually,
to
all-time
use
moments
his head
that, like,
chick one more time.
no one's asked about the another persons.
Another person.
Well, I mean, like we
We talked to Astorium's soul.
Yeah.
Oh,
thingy.
I see what you're saying, but
No-
you haven't
no
you
one
haven't
that-
gone and asked
like, no-
like,
no one's-
hey, what's
yeah.
yours like or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no
well, I
one's
assume
gonna-
we're probably gonna do that after.
Yeah,
we're not
it'll
in
obviously come
dimension.
at a different time, but it's just funny. It's like no one's been like, "Hey, Evaristus, what's going on in your head?"
There's more evil things to kill. So
Hey guys, I have a voice in my head telling me to stab anything that isn't me.
You guys aren't me, right?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Actually, we are different facets of your own personality. Okay.
Yeah,
The real
yeah.
meme would be that we're all changelings.
Well, obviously,
I'm
like
guessing-
when you start to get a physical representation of Slinter inside your mind, and he just takes the form of like Ro to tell you something, and then Ashtorium to tell you something, and so on and so on.
I'd be okay with that description. But it would also really just increase the schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Like I really would be going full like schizo serial killer.
You'd be like,
It's
bro, you
fine.
told me something in my head. I'd be like, I have many powers, but that is not one of them.
I can't wait till that does happen, and Narath hears that, and he's just like, "Are you possessed?" Like, he's just full on like, "What?"
Well, actually, yes.
This is kind of a possession in a way, I guess.
Yeah,
But it's
we're
just
all
one that doesn't control your bodies.
So
far as you know.
yeah, exactly.
Until I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm eating some random dude, and I'm like, what the fuck? Fendel?
What did you do?
Werewolf moment.
No,
I
it's
think
like
you were-
I like the idea of I was thinking about this earlier because there's that Feywild visitor thing, and I just imagine like you're being visited by that, and you're like, oh, I don't feel that's weird. I don't feel Slinter anymore. And then it's like back in the real world, the whole party's like, Evaristus, stop! No, don't stab your teammate. What are you doing?
Yeah, I've been replaced with Slinter.
Yeah, until the journey is away.
Yeah, see, you were gone. I just got back from break, and you weren't back yet. And I was talking about it. This is a hilarious turn of outcome because the character I had talked about making as my next character was gonna be a fucking like a I couldn't think of the word for it, but like it was gonna be a fighter with like 3 different personalities.
Multiple personalities.
Yeah, so it's just like, so this is really funny, or it's I now have a second personality.
By the way, just to clarify, there's a floor above us, or where are we at the topmost floor?
This is the uppermost floor. There might be an
Okay.
attic that you haven't found yet, but you're not sure about that. It's got like a sloped roof, like all these really fancy buildings, so you'd think maybe it does have some kind of a smaller upper floor. That being said, the guards did mention the lower floor, the ground floor, being potentially overrun with the monsters, and also that they had taken the other nobles there already, and we're just looking for the last of them. So that might be a place to look for in the next session.
Are the nobles masters? Or all
we're
nobles
gonna
masters?
wait. Like, the question is, like, if we long rest, those nobles are probably bad things are gonna happen. But
yeah, there's
we have to burn the bodies. We probably short rest while they're burning.
Yeah, at the very least, short rest.
Short rest is like a few hours. Like that's a lot of time.
At 1 hour.
Short 1 hour, yeah. That's still a decent amount of time to pass after all that's already passed from what we've been doing.
Yeah, but it really sucks that I had to use 8 of my 10 points of healing. They're really low. I use the Divine Smite, so I'm only down to a single spell point. Sucks.
Oh, you have one more spell slot. Yeah, that's right. This let's use that.
Yeah, because Lay on Hands isn't a spell.
I didn't use anything.
I still have an invocation, and then I have 1 spell slot.
Oh. Yep.
And then this lasts for 10 minutes.
I mean, we killed the master, though. We just leave.
No, we only killed 1. No, we have to kill the other one.
Well, we killed 2, actually. But yeah, I didn't know there was a third.
Yeah, there's a whole basement filled with evil bad guys, and there's
something that was
else
my question. Are all nobles masters, or just a couple?
We're killing them all. Like,
at this point,
North doesn't care. He'll kill them all.
Yeah, it's like a cleansing.
But every one of them is going to be that, though.
Okay.
But then maybe we should rest.
I mean, the question really comes down to whether or not you think the guys will what exactly is the complexion of the threat here.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's figured.
Because if we see that whatever they do to these nobles, it happens very fast.
I would just be very happy to have one that isn't attacking me.
It's highly unlikely, not impossible, of course, but it's highly unlikely, given what we've seen so far, that any of the nobles that were taken downstairs are still alive. They're probably monsters or something horrific happened to them. So,
or just dead.
Or they're just dead, right? Yeah, they're just one of those things. So, the likelihood that we're going to be saving a bunch of Elven nobles at this point is slim to none.
Yeah.
But of course, we don't know that.
Unless they're in like some safe room that was actually like somehow protected.
Yeah.
Then like that's
and whatever Derek's is looking for, 2 things he's looking for. Whatever those things are, they're not. He can feel them, and he knows they're not. As a matter of fact, since they're recharged, I'm actually going to use Divine Sense.
Okay, as you activate your Divine Sense, Darix, you're going to feel a much less overpowering stench of evil, though there is still the faint linger of all of those who have fallen and sort of you've been massing up into a pile this whole time. The evil does seem to be, on the wane, shall we say. It's no longer something that drowns your senses out. Instead, it's something that you feel like you can give yourself a bit of direction with. You can orient yourself in the plane instead of being swamped by it. And you will notice there is a sort of twin pull towards the... like if you were to look directly south of you right now and not look towards the stairs themselves, like down the stairs, but instead we're just going to look at the wall that's like erected that's like part of the second floor or whatever. Like there's a room behind that wall, and there seems to be a pull towards that's both good and evil, so there's 2 different sources there. But the most potent sense of good is still there, but not really giving you much direction. It seems like whatever it is going to require you to make a trek to the lower floor to investigate. That's pretty much.
Oh, by the
the
way,
most
it
sense you
does
get.
say that I know the type. If it's a celestial fiend or undead, so I assume that the evil thing is a fiend or an undead.
Yes, it's a fiend.
Okay, and then the good whatever the good thing is
for not my character's clarification. This is the wall you're talking about.
Yeah, is that the wall?
That would be one of it, and then the other one is all the way on the downside. Like, I don't know if you can even see my. Can you see my measurement? No, it doesn't. I
don't know where it is. You said it's not downstairs.
No. But if you were to look, well, that's going to take you down to the other floor. That's fine. If you come back up the stairs, oh, I see. The problem is that you can't see it because I think I turned your torch off here. Okay, so if you bring yourself back down to the stairwell for a second, there is a wall there, and that wall is the second level. Yeah.
And I sense something behind this wall.
Yeah. At the second level, yeah.
Beneath it, or like
no. So that wall is to a door to a room that's on this level. So you know how it's like that's connected to the ceiling of the downstairs.
In there, and he'll let you in.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So if you were down on the ground floor and you looked up, you would be looking at the ceiling to the place.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. That's what we're talking about here.
Gotcha.
So the wall goes to the ceiling of the lower floor. There you go.
They're using the ceiling as the floor.
Gotcha. See,
so
it's just beneath us, right?
No, it's the same level.
There's a secret room.
It's not secret. It's just another part of the floor.
Yeah.
Like if you were to go all the way back to the Great Hall and then go south, you would be in that area.
Where was the Great Hall?
That was back where the dragon skull was, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then you just go south.
About like where they were.
Yeah, that southern door
where the woman was.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the tomb.
Why is everything dark for me? That's weird.
That wasn't a woman in the tomb. That was a ghost.
I can't see anything.
Because I had the torch.
All right. Well, everyone's running around now. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just another part of this floor, is basically what it is.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's
then
just the room that's all the way to the south. Yeah.
I will relay this information. Actually,
Everestus has a faint knowledge of what you're talking about.
So, is a nightmare about what you're talking
until
about. Next time?
Yeah, we'll wait till next time I'm talking about the.
Yeah, that's right. It's a pretty good stopping point. I think you guys did.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. and I got church in the morning, so
there you go.
Oof.
Yep.
All right. Well, GG's in that case. How are you guys feeling overall?
Right. I like this new development. Did not see it coming, but I am very surprised, pleasantly surprised.
Help a lot with party unity.
Yeah, I was just fixing to say. I think it will also perhaps keep some of the more untrustworthy members of the party. Maybe their headmate will help them make the right decision.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because it would suck to have to kill somebody in the party.
Yeah, Blink.
Who would you have to kill?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
Why would I kill you guys?
Well, I don't know why he says that person will be able to stop me from doing anything because I don't have free will, man.
Well, then that sucks to suck, man. I don't know. That sucks.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't talking about me.
Determinism. Derek doesn't believe in that shit, so
I don't know, man.
Hey, Lucy, if you're still here, how do you feel about your dwarf?
I'm excited to find out the implications.
Did Lucy even say anything this whole stream? I don't even remember.
Yeah, he punched
a little bit.
Punched.
Yeah.
His dwarf speaks for him. That's the whole thing.
So I sometimes forget that Lucy's even here, and that his character isn't just like a part of
an automatic machine. Yeah.
Clearly, Lucy just halfway through the stream became Scottish.
Yeah,
that's
right. Exactly.
Just really playing the
Yeah, I thought I can't put on a good enough voice to do different characters. My accent is so strong it bleeds through everything, so hard to do.
Yeah.
I feel like I ask this every week, but Pro, are we doubling? Question mark.
I wasn't planning on it. So.
All right.
Doubling what? What is
like
that?
playing another session. Yeah, let's we can try to do that to next week so that we can do another. I don't know if it would be another of this or if it would be the other game. So you guys can discuss among yourselves or what have you. But
What do you mean, play 2 sessions in a row? How do y'all do that?
No, 2 sessions in a week.
Oh.
So it would be like Sunday would also be played, but it does go pretty late, so I don't know if it would be feasible since everybody's got work in Monday morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even I work now Mondays.
There you go.
On the computer. Boring as hell work, but money's money, boys.
That's right. Just
Yep,
got
gotta
a
make
got a
that bag.
podcast listening to,
Yeah, it's true. I do. I be catching up on all kinds of things. I split my time between pro stuff and then also the History of Byzantium podcast and other nerd stuff. So
We got it.
and now I write like consistently all the time, and I read all the time. So man, my free time is gone, baby, gone.
Dude, one thing that is interesting about this session, other than everything, is like I know, and obviously I don't know anyone's character all that well. It's not my character, and there's a lot of shit that's happened, a lot of really wild shit. But the fact that like it's basically been told to everyone in the party that I'm a changeling, and no one's been like, "Oh man, let's confront that." It's kind of funny to me. Like I don't know anyone.
I already told you Ro wasn't gonna care.
Yeah, I understand. Like, yeah, that's one thing. But, like, I really expected the other three to really give me some trouble.
Narath, Silas, and Dara.
Yeah, especially someone like Silas, who I've been lying to this entire time.
Yeah.
I'm Nick. Wait, no, actually.
Yeah, like I'm like 3 lies
No,
deep.
I'm
and he's
no,
seen through all
actually.
of them like every time.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He's pretty perceptive.
And now that the truth is out, technically, he just doesn't care.
Do you have any thoughts,
Like,
3
we'll talk
Crow?
about it
If you're
later.
still here, you got takes on the session? How you feeling? You might be sleeping. Area AFK. He's gonzo.
I'm falling asleep at the keyboard.
Yeah. What do you think, Beothal?
I think it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I wish I hadn't missed so much of the combat. I would have appreciated slamming my great axe into the monster over and over.
Dude, your first attack of opportunity that we had to take for you was a nat 1, so I don't think you would have appreciated that.
I was like, yeah, he doesn't quite hit that, so we're gonna move on. But the second one,
like, it really doesn't matter. There you go. Pretty good. Yeah, I feel like Ro is a wrecking ball of destruction, and I enjoy it.
He is.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you were going to end up using any of the... I didn't end up using any of the sin dice for you, but, eventually we'll get to the point where you end up...
See that?
I could use the sin dice to heal, probably.
It's temp, so it doesn't quite... you have
right,
2
yeah,
and it's temp.
3.
If you get 3, you can, do a heal. That's permanent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't get hit 3 times. I didn't get to hit the magical 3 times.
That's right. That's right. Not 3.
Wait, are they still up?
What? The sin dice?
How long? Yeah, how long does sin dice last?
They last a minute after
It's
combat.
only so
Has it been
they're gonna go away.
Because I'd argue that him eating that thing counts as combat. So can I poke him to add a sin die? Can I metagame that?
Can I add 1 damage?
He
so that
cuts
he
himself so he can heal.
He bit the elf. He bit the dead elf, and the ear kind of poked the top of his mouth a little bit.
Those knife ears. Unfortunately, I rolled a 13 instead of a 14, so the attack roll did not hit. That's unfortunate.
Oh shit!
That's funny though. That's so funny.
The ear attack roll. Can I assist that attack?
I'm flanking.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, the attack where you least expect it.
inside your mouth.
Yeah, I had a feeling that we weren't actually going to fight that thing, even though I really wanted to fight that thing. But
I noticed you really wanted to because you kept trying to.
I didn't think it would turn into this.
Well, I liked the idea that like it's offering the power, and then like Shambler had the oh shit moment where he was like, "Oh, that's where we're gonna get our level up from." But then it came with like some strings attached, specifically an extra voice in your head.
Mm-hmm.
You know, helping hand.
It's okay. Ro doesn't mind.
Yeah, Rose used to it
now.
Yeah, he's like, you get in. It's crowded up here.
That's right.
I'm not particularly smart or wise, so there's probably a lot of room in there.
He's reading. He's making a study.
That's right.
There's no way it takes this long to read my memories.
He's gonna make a study.
I'm only 14, and most of it is just me attacking things.
It's okay. He'll figure out how to steal everyone else's memories to add to his library.
That's right.
You're like reverse dark.
He'll probably like enlist me in that. Actually, he'll probably be like, "Hey man, I need some deep reads on these guys. You gotta."
Maybe that's how you guys level up too. It's like you got to do deeds for your new homie.
Your near spirit guy in your head.
That's right.
Your new patron.
Every time that Ro eats another elf, it'll be like,
level up.
That's right.
Okay, guys, we need to go on a rampage.
every time I kill someone who disrespects me.
Yeah. Every time, like for some reason, Ashtorium just feels really drawn to like a hammer and an anvil at a forge, and he's like, I don't know why, but swinging
every time he repairs himself.
Yeah. See, big brain.
Every time.
All right, brothers, it's been a pleasure. I'm gonna take my half asleep.
That's it.
But to bed.
GG.
Love.